Is this all you got? Go to hell, traitor. This is the prize.
I'm never playing the same things every day in a restart, so
It's the thrill of gambling and winning.
this competition was absolutely amazing.
It's way more stressful because actually online you are probably at your house, you are in the comfort zone, but offline you are definitely not at your home. So you have to stay focused and do your best to win.
Well, luckily everyone over here is like really friendly. We all get along. We get to talk after it. You get to share those moments with other people.
I would say the biggest difference is like being on stage, waiting for your matches. Like everything is getting you more nervous.
Little win for Keka, but that's the revelation used, and that's going to get revived.
Congratulations, Keka, you are the EWS 2025 World Champion. Please come and join me on the stage. And everyone, please give a round of applause for Keka, your World Champion.
Well, in terms of turn-based, I think this game is really different in that I think there's so many more strategies and so much more builds for all these characters, so much team compositions. I think there's just a lot of depth, and the end game is like way harder. You really need to put in a lot of effort to make your builds the best. I think a lot of other games I played, it was more casual. I didn't really have to try that hard, and there's not much competition. Yeah, I think it will be nice to have more events like this. I think it's super fun, bringing everyone together, and I got to meet a lot of excited people who were very excited about the game, discuss game strategies, just talk about the game in general. I learned a lot from all these players. So yeah, I'd love to see more of these events that bring players together.
So my favorite character in Ethereum Restart is Yelly. She's the recently released unit and she's incredibly cool. So much damage, armor breaks, lots of follow-ups. Also what we love to see in these kind of games, how many times can she actually go for that extra skill 1? If she takes theirs 4 or 5 times, she can definitely take out a unit, and that's what I would like to see. Plus she's really good in both PvE and PvP, and that's what I love to see in a unit. For the gameplay, I also really do like the shells. The shells add so much dynamic to all of the units. We'll definitely see it here in the tournament. Revelation is very strong, so much damage. But then there's also the counterplay by things such as Lighthouse or Amber. There's just so much play to what the shell can bring to the character. And it's always when you see the draft, it's not just looking at the character that's being drafted. Also, you have to look at what is that shell located at? What could it be? Maybe a shell says something like, hey, this should be a speedy unit because of the Swift Raid, Swift Rush combination. Or maybe something completely different that throws you off guard, and that's why I like to see it in this game.
I think for most of my banners, it has been pretty okay because I actually summoned a lot on the permanent banner. So for the permanent banner, since there were like 50 PDs, I do get a lot of LD summons very early on. But if I want to summon the targeted banner, then I'll go to all the way at 80 PD.
I think the most exciting things in Ethereum Restart, especially the PvP, is games will never be the same. Like, first game you will fight, I don't know, compositions will tank and the game will be more longer. Next day again you can play against a cleaved composition, so they will maybe one-shot you. So you need to be every day like, oh, can I counter the opponents? And that's things excite me because I feel I'm never playing the same things every day in Ethereum Restart. So
เกมนี้ค่อนข้างจะแปลกใหม่สำหรับผมนะที่มันได้มีความบาลานซ์ของเกมค่อนข้างสูงมากแล้วก็ผมชอบมีความ RNG เนาะมันไม่แบบมีเมตาอะไรตายตัวเกินไปนะครับมันสามารถเลือกตัวละครได้ค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับก็เลยตื่นเต้นตรงนี้มากมันเหมาะกับการเล่น RTA มากๆเลยนะครับสนุกแน่นอนที่ผมคาดหวังไว้ว่าการแข่งขันเนี่ยก็คงจะสนุกขึ้นมากนะครับกับวงการเกม
Absolutely destroying my opponent using surprise tactics, and I really like to rely on RNG units, like gambling units, to turn the tide, and then watching their spirit get destroyed. That's my favorite part of it.
I base my strategies around speed. I mainly use 2 things on all my strategies: variety and speed. I always try to counterpick my opponent's
units when they go, if they're a turn 2 player.
The most exciting part of PvP for me would be the drafting phase. Seeing all the different people trying to throw counters at me, the way people find answers to my draft, the way I find answers for their draft is what really makes the PvP aspect of the game really fun.
For me, the most exciting part in the editorial restart is no matter how much money you put on the game, no matter how much time you have to invest on this game, always possible to do your best and learn from defeats. That's the most important thing in PvP, I think.
すべての人に証明してみせる。お母さんもデラビガ家も決して屈しない。情報によれば彼らはここで消息を絶ったはず。これはついに現れたわね。今度こそ必ず仕留めてみせる。
And that is going to be a massive congratulations to Keka.
Congratulations, Keka, you are the EWS 2025 World Champion. Please come and join me on the stage. And everyone, please give a round of applause for Keka, your World Champion.
Online matches, I think it's a little bit easier to prepare for. I have my computer, like my notes all on the computer. Here I have to, write down my notes, carry it to the stage. And also the atmosphere is a lot different. I feel much more nervous, sitting in an actual stage and everything. Yeah, it's a very different experience. And I mean, the whole walking on the stage and everything, a lot more on the nerves. Haven't thought about it much. I'll probably just invest it for now.
Wait, hang on.
听说你刚拿了 EWS 冠军啊，我特别好奇现任冠军到底几斤几两，咱们来较量一下呗。
很高兴这次来到上海，希望能与对手来一场精彩的对决。
Okay, let's see where this one comes out, and he does drop it, and that is going to be where the game is going to be decided.
Oh, Keka goes down in the show match. Maybe Kulimba's feeling generous though.
这次比赛感觉到了比较浓厚的竞技氛围，希望大家都可以享受这次比赛。
Welcome to the EWS 2025 Global Invitational.
運命も未来も私が導く。
Maybe not in real life, but in game you never know.
Nah, but I'm definitely the luckiest. Bam!
Woo!
Now, are we going to be able to kill the Hoyan?
That's pretty close.
I think this is going to be it.
Oh! Jamesman knows that he's done. He's going to hand it over, and that means YDCB.
I think this competition was absolutely amazing. There were so many competitors with very different strategies. In the end, the game has only been live for about 6 to 7 weeks, and everyone kind of cooked up their own strategy, what worked out for them over here. But also, it was very nice to see the behind the scenes. There were a lot of people working on this, and they worked very hard, and I think we said something very nice here for first time of an Ethereum Restarts tournament.
I would like to say a big thank you to Ethereum Restart organizations. They do amazing job, like from the start. And I will say again, thanks you for the community, because without the community, we can do this type of things. Thanks Ethereum Restart, thanks for the community, and I hope we can see another tournament soon.
I think this competition has been one of the most incredible experiences I've had in my life, especially because this is my first time participating in something like this. So really thankful for the opportunity and the chance to, see all the different content creators around the world, seeing all the people gathering around, the effects and the efforts that the production team has made to make this whole thing happen. It's just been magical, absolutely.
First and foremost, the organization, the establishment looks absolutely wonderful. I am so impressed with how much, I feel like so much budget went into this. But the other thing is the fans were very kind and accommodating. They were very supportive as we were up there playing. I had a lot to learn in this tournament. I got to watch some of these competitors who play on the highest level show off their strategy and their elite moves. And I got to learn things I didn't think existed in Ethereum Restart. Where to put bulwark, when turn 1 and turn 2 matter. There were a lot of different strategies that pretty much enlightened me in terms of this game's depth, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Looking forward to next year.
Elemental advantage and that chunky shield. I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it. Here it comes.
See, is he going to get the kill?
He does! And it's down, and there comes the Messiah back.
It's the risk he had to take. It's the risk he had to take. Yep. He really didn't have that many other options.
But that is game over, and that is going to be it to Keka. He's going to let him play through it and actually take the win. How many can we hit? That's 2, that's 3.
That's 4.
And unfortunately into that Amber, which is not going to give him any damage. Han making him work for this final kill as well until the Viper takes the kill.
Anyway, it looks like it's down. It is going to be Keka. And he's won! Keka's won the entire grand final. He doesn't even, he's chilling.
And Keka in his standard aura, just staying calm, not even worrying about it. We can't even get
his ult reset.
His ult has, and this could be it. How much damage? Just not enough, but are we get the Lighthouse for the heal, which is gonna bring the HP up. Do we have the damage? We got the invincibility. We're gonna have to live the skill 2 of the Messiah and then try and hit some damage in after that.
Yeah, okay, we have to wait it out. He's gonna have a skill 2 up. That's surely it. That's surely enough damage.
Just enough, and well played. A great game on that one. The Messiah clutching it, and that is the annoying thing about Messiah. He can just chain those invincibilities, and you just never get a chance to do it.
Revelation, and Messiah obviously running with the White Fang, so going to be a big hit here. DePaul's just looking on to see what happens.
And it is big damage. Down to 40% on everyone at least. And then we come in with the Messiah, the big hit, and it is a straight wipe in 2 turns. There you go. Keka was not comfortable with his speed, but he's coming on top with that Doki Doki play straight into that Messiah. The Hoyan unable to do anything with that one.
That was classic Revelation right there.
So we saw that really fast man as well, going straight.
I'm smiling because he's like, how much damage is this guy going to do with this?
Yeah, there we go. Big nuke. Oh, that is painful. And now we get the follow-up. Boom! That is massive damage. That is a ton, and it is not looking good for Han here.
It's pretty spicy. And Han was very, upfront with us this morning. He did say, I'm going to try, but Keka is the GOAT. Keka is the GOAT of Ethereum Restart, so this is going to be tough. And it's a very quick turn to... I mean, this is what you expect to see from very high-tier Revelation players. If they've got the source, they win.
Looks like this is the place. Pretty good choice, actually. Is this all you got? Go to hell, traitor. This is the prize.
I'm never playing the same things every day in every restart, so
There's the thrill of gambling and winning.
This competition was absolutely amazing.
It's way more stressful because actually online you are probably at your house, you are in the comfort zone, but offline you are definitely not at your home. So you have to stay focused and do your best to win.
Well, luckily everyone over here is like really friendly. We all get along. We get to talk after it. You get to share those moments with other people.
I would say the biggest difference is like being on stage, waiting for your matches. Like everything is getting you more nervous.
Little win for Keka, but that's the revelation used, and that's going to get revived.
Congratulations, Keka. You are the EWS 2025 World Champion. Please come and join me on the stage. And everyone, please give a round of applause for Keka, your World Champion.
Well, in terms of turn-based, I think this game is really different in that I think there's so many more strategies and so much more builds for all these characters, so much and team compositions. I think there's just a lot of depth, and the end game is like way harder. You really need to put in a lot of effort to make your builds the best. I think a lot of other games I played, it was more casual. I didn't really have to try that hard, and there's not much competition. Yeah, I think it will be nice to have more events like this. I think it's super fun, bringing everyone together, and I got to meet a lot of excited people who were very excited about the game, discuss game strategies, just talk about the game in general. I learned a lot from all these players. So yeah, I'd love to see more of these events that bring players together.
So my favorite character in Ethereal Restart is Yelly. She's the recently released unit and she's incredibly cool. So much damage, armor breaks, lots of follow-ups. Also what we love to see in these kind of games, how many times can she actually go for that extra skill 1? If she takes theirs 4 or 5 times, she can definitely take out a unit, and that's what I would like to see. Plus she's really good in both PvE and PvP, and that's what I love to see in a unit. For the gameplay, I also really do like the shells. The shells add so much dynamic to all of the units. We'll definitely see it here in the tournament. Revelation is very strong, so much damage. But then there's also the counterplay by things such as Lighthouse or Amber. There's just so much play to what the shell can bring to the character. And it's always when you see the draft, it's not just looking at the character that's being drafted. Also, you have to look at what is that shell located at? What could it be? Maybe a shell says something like, hey, this should be a speedy unit because of the Swift Raid, Swift Rush combination. Or maybe something completely different that throws you off guard, and that's why I like to see it in this game.
I think for most of my banners, it has been pretty okay because I actually summoned a lot on the permanent banner. So for the permanent banner, since there were like 50 PDs, I do get a lot of LD summons very early on. But if I want to summon the targeted banner, then I'll go to all the way at 80 PD.
I think the most exciting things in Ethereal Restart, especially the PvP, is games will never be the same. Like, first game you will fight, I don't know, compositions will tank and the game will be more longer. Next day again you can play against a cleaved composition, so they will maybe one-shot you. So you need to be every day like, oh, can I counter the opponents? And that's things excite me because I feel I'm never playing the same things every day in Ethereal Restart. So
เกมนี้ค่อนข้างจะแปลกใหม่สำหรับผมนะที่มันได้มีความบาลานซ์ของเกมค่อนข้างสูงมากแล้วก็ผมชอบมีความ RNG เนาะมันไม่แบบมีเมตาอะไรตายตัวเกินไปนะครับมันสามารถเลือกตัวละครได้ค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับก็เลยตื่นเต้นตรงนี้มากมันเหมาะกับการเล่น RTA มากๆเลยนะครับสนุกแน่นอนที่ผมคาดหวังไว้ว่าการแข่งขันเนี่ยก็คงจะสนุกขึ้นมากนะครับกับวงการเกม
Absolutely destroying my opponent using surprise tactics, and I really like to rely on RNG units, like gambling units, to turn the tide, and then watching their spirit get destroyed. That's my favorite part of it.
I base my strategies around speed. I mainly use two things on all my strategies: variety and speed.
I always try to counterpick my opponent's units when they go, if they're a turn 2 player.
The most exciting part of PvP for me would be the drafting phase. Seeing all the different people trying to throw counters at me, the way people find answers to my draft, the way I find answers for their draft is what really makes the PvP aspect of the game really fun.
For me, the most exciting point in the editorial restart is no matter how much money you put on the game, no matter how much time you have to invest on this game, always possible to do your best and learn from defeats. That's the most important thing in PvP, I think.
Hello everyone, welcome to the inaugural Hyperlinker Cup Season 1 and greetings to all the Hyperlinkers. I'm your host for today, Lisa. Restart invite players to the Global Fest, signing for just 2 days to receive a free SSR Extra Affinity Anima selection. Return players have even more rewards. All new SS1 RT season has just started, coming with free battlefield skin and character skin, and also don't forget to use the code Ethereal0925 to redeem 10 Anima prototypes. Ready to restart? Check out the event detail through the QR code down below and download Ethereal to join the fest. While the exceptional display of skill at the recent EWS remains vivid in our minds, we anticipate yet another spectacular showcase from the competitors here today. So alright, before everything starts and before the action begins, here's a quick look into the tournament format rundown. For today, we're running a single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches, while the final will be a best of 5. This format really raises the stakes, meaning every single move from the player counts. Also, we can have a look into the prize pool. We can see that the champion will get $2,500, the runner-up will get $1,500, while the top 4 players will get $500. That's pretty cool, right? And also, for a deeper dive into the competition, let's hand it over to our caster at the desk for a more professional analysis. Back to you!
Thank you so much, Lisa. Yeah, I'm Xscoundrel. I'm joined by Car, and we are going to be going into this amazing tournament today. There are some faces that you're going to recognize, maybe some faces that you won't recognize, but me and Car are going to be here to break it down for you. Car, pretty exciting, man. I'm so hyped to be casting Etheria again. How are you feeling?
Xscoundrel, I'm feeling great, honored and excited to be here. We got such a stacked lineup, and I can't wait to see what the competitors have in store for us today.
Me too. I mean, speaking of which, we should take a look at the competitors. We should really go and have a look at the guys who are going to be competing in this tournament today. And just, can you tell me a little bit about them? Obviously, many people who've been watching, they'll know who Keka is. He's the current champion. But anybody else here that you think is really worth keeping an eye on, Car?
Oh yeah, that's for sure. We got Bread. He's going to be fighting against Keka, and he is actually the rank 1 player in RTA from season 0. And talking about rank 1 players, I believe Luca, it just kind of ended the calculations, but I believe Luca is either the #1 or very high up there. Same thing with Rob, that guy. So we have these players that are the top of the top. So Keka, even though he's the EWS champion, he's got to watch out. Don't get me started on Dio, Watchum, Ronnie. These guys have been in the weekly tournaments, so all these guys are monsters in their own right.
Do you know what I love about this is that it shows that if you're grinding the ladder in game, you can actually make it to these high tier tournaments with real money on the lines. That's awesome from those guys. And this is our bracket today. We've got 4 quarterfinals for you, all best of 3s. We're going to head into some semifinals after that, also best of 3s, and then we'll have a best of 5 final to determine who will be our winner today. Should we take a look at those quarterfinals? We'll have a look at the first one. It's going to be Luca versus Ronnie Plays. We're going to have Bread versus Keka, which is going to be a crazy matchup. Then we've got Jitian versus Rob That Guy, and eventually Dio versus Watchum. We'll get a chance to talk to all of the competitors today throughout the day, and obviously we'll be following the tournament all the way through to its final. But let's focus in on that first matchup. And actually, speaking of the first matchup, we can have a look at the predictions as well. Me and you kind of on the same board for the first 2, but then in match 3 and match 4, we're going our separate ways, Car. But we both agree that Keka's probably the likely champion here.
I think he has a slight edge. He's just the favorite. But like I was saying, Bread, you can't count this guy out. Bread is an amazing and one of the best of the best. And yeah, in match 4, you did go for Watchum, who I think is an amazing player. And I actually really like the guy. But Dio, I'm excited to see because he might bring a little bit of a spin. I don't want to spoil anything yet for the people watching at home, but I do want to see Dio kind of make it through.
Interesting. Okay. That's pretty ominous. It's some insider information from Car over here. He knows a little bit about our competitors, but that's what we've got you here for, man. You're the absolute expert. All right, so let's jump into that first matchup. Let's look towards that first match, Luca versus Ronnie. Obviously, we both went for Luca here, and you're sort of saying he was a top RTA player, especially in this season. What do you expect these guys to be bringing? In fact, actually, just in general, what are we expecting to see, like meta-wise? Because obviously at the EWS Invitational, it was kind of a split between Bloodbath and Revelation players, but obviously then Revelation got nerfed, and we're still in Season 1 meta, by the way, guys. So no new buffs, no new shells, What are you expecting to see in terms of picks? And actually, to be honest with you, I've spoiled it because we've gone straight into game. So, Car, why don't you walk us through some of the draft and you can talk a little bit about the meta at the same time.
Yeah, of course. I think, like you were mentioning, we have some exciting stuff on the horizon. But right now, at least for Season 1, Bruisers were really, really strong. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. Bloodbath was just a very powerful set. And so you'll see probably a lot of these players kind of lean back onto it. But with players like Luca, you're already seeing a little bit of a flex. We do have Sonya in that lock position to provide a lot of healing revives for the squad. But you have that Lilium plus Lily combo, which is a hyper carry in itself. And Ronnie's going to have to watch out for that.
Yeah, and you can see big Bruiser comp. And there we have it, Plume, one of the newest Animus to the entire game right now. She's going to be a heavy focus, we feel, coming into this tournament, but very heavy for Ronnie in terms of bruisers. He's got the two classics. He's got Tiamat and Rahu, so they're kind of the standard bruiser DPS picks that you end up picking when playing this. He's also got the Ling Luo for the sustain here, but Mio coming through for Luca, so that is interesting. We did not see much Mio in previous tournaments, especially at EWS Invitational. She is a very heavy control. She's very good at pushing turn meters back, can sometimes get lucky, and then there Kazuyo the Reverie, so quite heavy control coming through here, but only one major DPS with Lilium. So if Lilium gets banned out here, you're sort of hoping you just control your way to victory.
Yeah, this might be a tough spot for Luca with Lilium, like you mentioned, as the only DPS. If that gets banned out, we're gonna have to rely on like a full control playstyle, and we have the options of Ling Lo on the lock spot, which has some cleansing, and then that Doki, one of the best cleansers in the game. So of course he gets taken out here. So Luca, even if Lilium gets banned, there is a chance we can overwhelm the Ling Lo and kind of just maybe control him in a longer fight.
We'll see. There's a lot of thinking going on. They do get rid of the Lilium. It feels like it makes sense. You know, now you're looking at a team that doesn't really have a good DPS option, but is just hoping, I assume, to try and control this one out through Kazuyo. Now, obviously, Kazuyo has not had the nerfs, so we still have the very strong version of Kazuyo here. It's still strong in PvP. But let's see how this one plays out. And it is an early Plume start. Plume, one of the highest base speeds in the entire game. You would usually expect her to be going first, and she does.
Yeah, this character is crazy. The debuffs, the strip she provides, the quills, take note of those guys when they stack up. There's so much just potential in this character. She also provides some turn meter for her team. But I want to say something real quick at Scoundrel. The Lily Kazuyo combo is something we really got to watch out for. So we do have immunity available right now on the Ling Lo, but if you get going with that twin trick and you can get those lockdowns going, that's why this Kazuyo character is actually going to get a little bit toned down, because she can control matches on her own, and with Lily, it's even more oppressive.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see a lot of people already slept right now. You got the Rahu and the Tiamat down. Still relatively healthy here for the side of Luca. Just waiting to see what he does. He's going to actually just pop that out. You'd expect him to. The cooldown's lower if you're not reviving someone, and obviously gives you the health increase too. So we'll see what happens here. We're waiting for Mio, who's going to take her turn. She does have her ultimate available. She should be able to push back. Turn meters here, alternatively, could try and go for a freeze. She just uses a single target, though, because they're asleep. Doesn't want to wake them up. That makes sense.
Yeah, additionally, the immunity provided right now wouldn't have given her great value. So opting to just S1, cycling through, is definitely going to be a little bit of a longer match. That's why Luca brought this Sonya. Even though he has no damage, he's going to try to really whittle down Ronnie. The problem is we got to get past this Ling Lo's cleansing, the healing. It's definitely going to be a longer one. And the Tiamat plus Rahu threat, if we get any resist in the form of 10%, that could be very, very troublesome.
We put the Plume to sleep with the, like you said, the Kazuyo Lily combo is pretty difficult to deal with. It's going to be a long one, a long opening game to kick off our EWS Hyperlinker Cup Season 1, because as you mentioned, it's just going to be heavy freeze and heavy CC. That is the freeze going down onto Tiamat here. And obviously, going to be relying on Ling Lo, but the longer the Ling Lo is able to pump out those S1s, the more she's going to be giving that passive healing over to her team as well. It just... I feel like we're going the full distance here. I feel like we're going to be waiting for the arena impact to be had.
Oh, most definitely. And speaking of the Ether Arena effect, guys, if you don't know what that is, every 20 or so, and this is getting adjusted as well from the thing that Scoundrel was mentioning that in the future patches, but right now, every so often turns, we have reduced healing and reduced shields. So, you know, there will be an inevitable point where the healing is a non-factor. That being said, it's going to take quite a while. And if you look at Plume's quills that I talked about earlier, the damage, even from things like Jackal Guard and the Sonya, the Kazuyo, we're going to take a while to kind of make some chip damage happen.
Absolutely. Now, we'll have to keep an eye on what's going on here, guys. This is gonna be a slow one, so it might be that It might be that me and Car don't talk about every single moment happening unless it is really impactful, because what you're going to be seeing is they're just looking to Luca's entire build here. He's not got any damage. He's what he's looking to do is this. He just wants to keep the entire enemy either frozen or asleep for the whole duration, for as long as he can. They can't take a turn, and then he wants to be able to kind of just wait this one out and essentially, again, as you mentioned, beat him out when we get towards the end of the arena effects. Whereas on the side of Ronnie, you're hoping at some point you're going to get a transformation on Tiamat, you're going to build up stacks on Rahu, and eventually you're going to deal some damage.
That's right. We're gonna just have to wait kind of these early phases where both players are just, tickling each other. And then once we get to the later parts of Ether effect stacking, that's where things get really volatile. All of Ronnie's characters could do some crazy damage later on. And then right now, Luca's just hoping that once Linglo's healing is less effective, he can line up a nice crowd control effect between Mio, Kazuyo, the Lily support, that he can lock down and then whittle away Ronnie.
So, this is kind of one aspect of the meta, Car. This is kind of when we were talking before the tournament started. We were like, hey, what do we expect you to see? But we do finally get an ult out, and that's actually a big deal, because I mean, obviously we've got Sanya. If they can land some CC, they should be able to heal things back up. But that's what you want to happen, and that's a big hit into Kazuyo as well. I feel like the CC's just starting to lag now, and Kazuyo does go down.
Yeah, that Plume S1, the follow-up from the Rahu S3 into that Tiamat S1. Now the Plume able to finish the deal. And with Kazuyo out of the picture, I think Ronnie should be sitting pretty here. I don't want to, commentate or curse anything, but I think Kazuyo was very, very important for this game plan from Luca to work. And that might mean, with that transformation you're talking about, some big damage coming through from Ronnie.
Yeah, this is looking pretty grim now for Luca. I mean, we did think that would be the case because of the fact that, hey, I get it, I understand the need for the sort of the control heavy. He's going to go for the revive here, but it just feels like the HP bars are a little too low at this point, even if you can start to get out of this spot with the freezes. Look at how many buffs, look at how many whale prayers are just sat on the enemy team. You're doing nothing here, and you're already on low HP as it stands. You have to now hope that you don't have another break in that CC chain that you were hoping for.
Yeah, the revive does give him kind of some second chances at life here, but look at this. With the Terminator pushback, we were still able to break through via the Ling. Now Tiamat's about to finish the battle, and there goes game one.
Do you know what? It ended a lot earlier than I thought it was going to, because I thought that was going all the way. But do you know what? Massive congratulations to Ronnie for his first victory in this best of 3. He's going to get another one, and he's going to advance to the semi-finals. Mine and your prediction is not looking so hot off the back of this first game here, Car. But really, I'm going to be honest. Felt like a bit of a draft blunder from Luca. Not in the sense that it was horrendous, his draft, but you draw a Lilium, you're hoping to have some kind of damage threat, and then you don't bring another damage threat, and then you're hoping to go down a control pathway. And frankly, it was kind of a we tended to see Obol in control teams a lot, right? Back in the Hyperlinker Cup as well. And I definitely see that Mio's an option, but she's also got quite low effect, quite a low effect chances. Freeze is a very powerful status effect in Etheria, right? So anybody with freeze, not pending the new Nahor changes, anybody with freeze tends to have a low application effect because it's quite a powerful effect, right? So bringing a Mio to the table and hoping to have her be part of a Kazuyo CC, a CC comp, feels a little like you're rolling the dice a bit too much, because she's not always going to get that CC effect, even if you've built her with very high effect accuracy.
Sure, Kazuyo though, Lily, they can really take over matches. It doesn't quite work out for Luca, even though that playstyle is very, goes the distance. I think the Mio also, one important thing, you really highlighted the freezes, but the wound effect, especially versus characters like Tiamat, if they have Amber on, we can actually bypass some of those interesting shell interactions. So we'll have to see what kind of adaptations Luca makes moving into game 2.
No, you agreed. Actually, a really great point on the wound effect there, and especially if you're going into things like Lingluo, it does help a little bit. But I would say also Lingluo being there, being able to make some of the cleanses happen, and as you mentioned, it just took one break, one resist, one break in the CC for a big hit from Rahu to come through, a big hit from Tiamat to come through, and then once they lose one person, you're playing catch up at that point as Luca, and it's difficult to. As a CC team, you never really want to be playing catch up. You want to be in control of the game from every single turn that you take. If you're in catch up mode, you're in panic mode, and it becomes a bit more difficult. And Luca has shifted the strategy now, has gone for a Rahu. You're going to see Tiamat and Liam on the other side, but it's going to be Lingluo, Plume, and Rahu picked up for Luca here.
Yeah, a little bit of a swap action going on from Luca here, taking the Rahu, the Plume, and the Ling on the lock spot. You see Ronnie here with Tiamat. There, he does have that Amber. We talked about that interaction, and now having the Lilium food show we haven't seen just yet. This character actually is obscenely powerful. Combined with that supernova effect, when it procs and she activates your skill 3, you have so much both shield, healing, and turn meter for your team. And then the Lily on the Amber, I really actually like this. I wasn't the biggest fan when I fought a lot of these, but in these kind of bruiser versus bruiser matchups, when Lily has the Amber, it really makes her so annoying to deal with because you got to deal with 2 lives, probably on Bloodbath, and she's just providing so much utility, and she's almost like a damage dealer on her own.
Yeah, she's a real pain. And actually, Fushu, we saw a little bit of in the EWS Invitational. She was still a relatively new character back then, so I think people were still working out how to use her. That's going to be interesting, though. There we go. We're going to get another healer locked in, and also final pick coming in from Luca too. So, what do you make? What do you make of his comp? Like rounding it out now.
So the Mizuki is definitely there to kind of counter that Tiamat. Anytime Tiamat goes into her demon dragon form, her AoEs will get procced by that Mizuki, and she has like wound effects that we talked about earlier. So that could be something really scary for Ronnie, especially because his healers, both Chiaki and Fusho, don't have access to direct cleansing like Ling Lo has.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see. Final one is Chiaki coming out as well. So bans coming through, who would you be picking to ban? Well, they're already going to get rid of the Lilium here, which I think makes sense. A lot of people don't like playing into Lilium, but if you're going to ban something on Luca's side, would you be going?
It's probably the Plume or the Mizuki if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Plume is just so annoying to fight in these bruiser matchups because she really just limits, but there's the Mizuki. We want to make sure the Tiamat can kind of go unharassed, and like I was mentioning, if that wound ever sticks on our Tiamat, especially with that Amber, that's an all-in game plan that could be completely ruined.
We're going to jump in here, so we will see Plume come through a couple of times now. Not the fastest, though. Lily's going to be faster on the side of Luca. And we will see... Oh, no, sorry, not on the side of Luca, side of Ronnie. Okay, I always get confused with the way the teams are set up on the overlay, but it will be Ronnie's Lily to go first here. And we'll see where he chooses to buff. Who are you buffing in this situation? Probably just Tiamat, but...
Tiamat most definitely, unless we're trying to do some cheeky early plays with the healers, but I don't think that's necessary, especially in these bruiser lineups. It's going to be a longer match. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so we are getting that Chiaki up early, maybe to apply some damage reduction just in case. Gonna rip that AoE heal on the skill 3. That's Origami Stacks Scoundrel, which reduce a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. I that as well. Kind of trying, I guess like a sort of a neutralizer for Plume in a way, like maybe just trying to neutralize the Plume damage amp by having a kind of damage mitigation on your side and just saying, okay, well, if you're going to run Plume, I've got a turn meter control here with Chiaki, but I'm also trying to mitigate some of the damage increase that I'm going to get from Plume.
One other important thing, Sandra, you might have hit the nail on the head there, is that she has some strip action, but every origami stack is individual. So maybe we're trying to protect that speed up and instead get rid of those origami stacks. And so we have that speed. And honestly, if you twin trick the Tiamat this early, with how tanky, both teams are, you're not going to get too much value out of there. So interesting play there. I know Ronnie's very well versed in the bruiser versus bruiser lineup.
Lots of thought going into this, and this is kind of typical, especially in the early stages of the bruiser versus bruiser matchup. Like all these very early first few turns are quite important, getting your team set up and going. So the players often do think a little bit about what they want to do. I'm going to see Fushu going to drop her ult down as well. That's going to start to make it more difficult with the shields coming through and just keeping everybody nice and tanky and topped up. We're going to get a heal over time and the shield applied from the Tiamat too. So some very beefy shields now being stacked up on the side of Ronnie.
Oh yeah, and there's also some really interesting mechanics and that I don't even know fully, but I know like Fusho plus Tiamat, between the way her skill 3 works and then her Tiamat's damage share, you get a lot of like kind of side effects that just give your team a lot of extra value. Here we go, the Tiamat is proc. Let's see the damage coming through, not bad. The Plume Quill's neglecting a little bit of that, or negating I should say, but there's some significant damage coming through.
Yeah, that's already transformed and a healthy Tiamat as well. So just see if we can get as many of those pump through. This is where it would have been nice to have Lily, obviously, in combo with the Tiamat. You're going to get a lot more AoE out, potentially try and take one person down, but I understood why they went for the Chiaki very early on here. And again, in these longer form matches, not always, you know, it's not always a race to see who can burst someone down first. It's very much sort of like, okay, I've got to take into the arena effect into account. I've got to account for these longer form matches. Obviously, Plume really shines in these longer form matches too. You can stack her quills all the way up to 10. And once you're up at 10, that's like a 60% damage amp. It's absolutely huge, massive speed reduction. And you get turn meter manipulation every time the enemy takes a turn. So it's, yeah, I mean, Plume's got everything. I mean, people, when Plume was released, everyone was like, this character's busted.
No. Well said. Couldn't have said better myself. One thing to watch out though for, the Plume has the AoE both on skill 1 and skill 3. She has no skill 2. It's a passive. So if this Tiamat is potentially on like Bramble, then every time she attacks, we could see some, you know, big hits coming through. So we need to take note of that. That could definitely be some damage that Luca is not prepared for. A little counter action coming out from the Rahu, but not too much.
Yeah, I do believe it is a Bramble Tiamat, so that is something to be conscious of, because you literally have to do an AoE attack. So obviously there is always running the risk of propping the Bramble hits, but a really, really healthy team right now on the side of Luca. Like all of those whale prayers stacked up. You've got a double heal composition here as well. Rahu's just going for it, so it's incredibly healthy. You're feeling pretty good if you're on the side of Luca right now, and not as many things but are stacked up on the other side. You know, buffs getting stripped constantly by the Plume here as well. So it just feels like things are slightly edging in the favor of Luca, especially as you're going to see Rahu continue to stack up as well.
Most definitely, Luca is looking strong here, but now we finally swapped the Twin Trick over from the Chiaki now onto the Tiamat, so we can start pushing some damage, and that's exactly what Ronnie needs. Scoundrel really well said that the Plume is providing both damage and, so things like the Jackal Guards that you see on the shells will add up and really, really stack up the damage for the side of Luca. But here we go, the Tiamat now finally proccing, and he's gonna be able to follow up with more assists. Whenever the Lily S1s and the Tiamat is in her dragon form, you get that bonus AoE damage.
Can't see how long we've got left on the dragon form at the moment. Looks like we've got 7 stacks.
Yeah, I can't really see too well at the moment. And so far, though, I haven't seen too many counters, if any, from her just yet.
I think I saw one very early on in the game in her base form, but yeah, I mean, maybe I don't want to eat my own words and say she was definitely Bramble. Just I thought I saw a counter from her early in the game, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's a popular pickup for sure as the second matrices, but there's definitely some other effects to go through. Here we go, the Lily finally getting some procs. Ronnie really needs to come back, as I think the longer match might favor Luca because of the Plume. Oh my god, that's a big damage coming out from that Rahu, yeah.
The Rahu damage is starting to get really big, and the double heal comp right now means that just no one's really taking much sort of permanent damage on the side here. We're going to get another hit, but I just don't feel like this Tiamat's hitting hard enough right now to be any sort of a genuine threat. We're also going to have a nice big buff increase here from the Ling Luo. We'll finally see Chiaki come back into action though.
Yeah, and you see the potential of her burst healing. This is an SR that does so much. Her only weakness, I would say, is like the lack of cleanse that we highlighted earlier. But in terms of the origami stacks, the burst healing, she is one of the best. And look at the damage from Tiamat finally stacking up. Dragon form does leave, but Luca is very low. Now, fortunately for him, he does have revive. Sonya is ready to go, and Ling Lo not too far behind. So if he can kind of weather the storm, you know, he's not out of it.
He looks pretty happy. We'll have the Ling Luo coming out soon as well. Rahu's damage is starting to really become a bit more of a pain, and we're going to get another cycle of the Plume ultimate here. I mean, those quills are well and truly stacked, so we are at 60% damage amp as well, which is making a big deal. As you mentioned, the Jackal Guards, and every little bit of chip damage coming through is going to be that much more impactful at this stage. Got one more turn until we can get the ultimate from Ling Luo too. So we're getting pretty close, but obviously out of dragon form, Tiamat is much less threatening.
Yeah, Lily ripping the skill 2, just getting that speed buff again for the team. Twin Trick reapplied to the Tiamat, not in the dragon form. Let's see what he opts to do. We have a lot of options. S1 most likely not going to land a kill, so potentially could go just for a shield, maybe give some extra support for the team, get some stacks going. Otherwise, he might want to start stacking the damage and set up a kill for future turns. Luca is kind of like around the half health range, so not quite out of kill. There you go. You see the Plume damage, not bad. The little extra health on top from the Well Prayer, believe. Oh my god, Fusho is taken out there, Scoundrel.
Wow. That was just instant, just blown up, just gone. Fushu's just disappeared.
Yeah, we're talking about the Rahu damage, and a lot of players, especially in Season 1, have been building him with more crit damage. Before you saw like double defense on the right side gear. Adding more crit damage really makes him a threat, especially consider the fact that he can counter and get assists from all of his supporting cast. You saw it right there, Fusho just taken out in the blink of an eye.
Damage is starting to creep in, though. I mean, we can't count out Tiamat completely just yet. We still have the twin trick from the Lily, and Tiamat is starting to do quite a bit of chunk of damage. Every time she does land an attack here, you are seeing a lot of healing coming through from Ronnie's team, but it is starting to feel a little less and less every single time it comes through. We'll have to see. Next time Rahu takes a turn, that feels like it's going to be a relatively big deal.
Yeah, that's most definitely true. Damage adding up, the Tiamat getting through there, but we just have double healers on the side of Luca, so every time she takes a turn, it's getting mitigated a bit, and we keep talking about the plume, just that hidden value she's applying to the whole team. So Ronnie really under pressure right now. This Lily Tiamat combo has to come through. Chiaki, I believe, has some cooldowns coming up, but he is a little, it is looking a little scary for him.
We do still have the twin trick sat on the Tiamat for the time being, so we'll be able to get another AoE hit out here. Obviously, the healing starts to become less and less impactful as it goes on. That's a nice big hit, but we do have a Rahu. Well, I think Rahu's ultimate should be up relatively soon, and we're just about to get another nice defense break coming out of the plume. Let's see where Rahu chooses to go. Yeah, he has got the AoE up, and he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and with this Artisan proc, this is going to hurt for Ronnie. Look at that damage. Amber gets procced on both units. And Chalky, though, well-timed on the S3, or fortunate timing, I should say. The origami stack's coming out, the healing goes up, but we're going to cycle through their next turns. Now everything, Luca's in the driver's position, has all the momentum.
Looking pretty good for the time being with that Amber Pop. They are now desperately trying to push down as much damage onto the Tiamat as they can. We'll have to see. We are now through. We've got a single here. We can prop that onto Tiamat, but obviously Tiamat now being out of her dragon form is going to be much less threatening, and you can see everything, just everything getting thrown at the Tiamat here. Lily will come out. She will have her buff available, but I think Tiamat just now getting popped out of the Amber. She's going to maybe go for the. She doesn't go for the taunt. She just tries to hit into the plume, and I think Tiamat's down, and I think that will be it now. With Tiamat gone, there isn't anything that they can do. And that is a win for Luca. So we are now 1-1 tied in this first best of 3. And that was a really, really close game. Well played by both teams, and more typical of a Bruiser versus Bruiser matchup. But the double heal that they let through the Linglu and the Sanya, just not enough damage to get through it, even though it did at times feel close for the side of Ronnie.
Yeah, that's right, a Scoundrel. The plume really setting up the star of the show, Rahu. You saw whenever the assist lands, the damage was incredible, and Plume and the double healers bought him the time, I should say, to kind of sustain, even weathering the storm with the Lily plus the Tiamat. And so, yeah, I don't know if maybe banning out the Plume over the Mizuki may have given him a little bit of better odds, but honestly, that's, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place there, because the Mizuki would have been trouble additionally for the Tiamat.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's kind of like that direct counter to the Tiamat as well. So like you either leave up a plume, which you kind of is a known quantity, you just sort of hope that you can maybe get through it before she kind of gets to the point where she's stacked up all of those quills. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you're right. The Mizuki was probably the right ban, I guess, in a way, because obviously when you're relying solely on Tiamat, I mean, you're shaking your head. I don't know. It's difficult. Yeah, it's a difficult one to call. Plume is really overpowered. To be fair, she's very strong. So maybe you would have been more okay with a direct threat to just the Tiamat rather than the entire team, because obviously Plume makes your entire team more vulnerable. So.
Yeah, I think the thought process was maybe we line up some Lily plus Tiamat, because with Chiaki as our main source of healing, the no cleanse on the wound could be very scary, especially when we have double Amber. But now Luca is potentially going to steal this Tiamat there, and you see Ronnie taking that early Rahu. Rahu is just such a powerhouse in these Bruiser versus Bruiser lineups. You see this Lillian pick from Luca, the Rahu he needs to watch out for, because Rahu just getting an additional assist. Lillian usually built a little bit squishier, probably still on Bloodbath. However, with how much offense she has to build compared to the HP or defense scaling bruisers like Tiamat, Rahu, she can honestly just get deleted from the lineup very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see, again, a similar kind of draft coming through for both of these guys. You can see the priority animus right now. Like, obviously, in the bruiser meta, you don't want to give away Tiamat and Rahu to one person, because as we've seen, that doesn't work out very well. You're going to see Plume and the Fushu locked in for Ronnie. We're going to have Lilium for Luca. Those top 4 picks tend to be going the same way every time. Sanya will come through. I wonder if Luca will just say, okay, well, I'll take the double healer then.
Yeah, maybe that's what we're going to see in this game. Ronnie now having the side of the plume like you were mentioning. The Fusho Supernova so strong. Sonya kind of her counterpart. You never want to have one of these bruisers have both Sonya plus Fusho on the same side because that's honestly just too much healing to really chew through. Lily now being picked up from the side of Luca. So you're going to see another time, potentially the Lily plus Tiamat setup where you have a hyper carry just able to just push out so many AoE damage. But Ronnie, I'm curious to see how he kind of adapts here in his last 2 picks.
Going to see the Mizuki. So going for the kind of the anti, like you said, the anti Tiamat pick coming in through again. Ling Luo is still available if they wanted to get another healer on board and just make it a bit more difficult overall. That's not been picked up yet. So it wasn't bad. No, it's Veronica and Holden band. So yeah, Ling Luo is still on the table should he want it, and that'll be the Ling Luo that gets locked in the end. It kind of makes sense. It gives you, like, if the Fushu gets banned, then you've definitely got a sustain option available to you. So that will be the pickup for Ronnie here, and it will be the Mio this time again for Luca. Something again that didn't feel too impactful, but I think when you're not relying on her and you can kind of be more free with her skills, I kind of like the Mio a bit more. Yeah. You could see that when you played it with the Kazuya, you were like, I don't want to use my ultimate because I don't want to wake them up from the sleep. But this time around, you're not really worried too heavily about the sleeps, and so you can just kind of say, okay, Mio got some team-wide CC, she's got some turn meter control, I'm going to lock her in. And
yeah, the Mio could be very scary. Well. You were talking about, you really called the Ling Lo pick. Now, fortunately for Ronnie, though, the Fusho cannot be banned out, but the Ling Lo now is looking very scary to be banned because of that Mio threat. So you kind of see this happens a lot in the draft phase where both 5th picks get banned out. Just out of respect, you can't have one or the other go through as they're designed to kind of counteract each other.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot we're on the rule set where the middle pick is protected. So yeah,
no worries at all, brother.
So we're going to see, looking at the comps here, what do you think? Who do you think's got the edge just based on the draft phase so far?
Oh, man, it is just so hard to say. When both bruiser players are of like equal or similar skill, it really comes down to these minute decisions later on. As you've seen, we kind of go through the early phases. Although I'm saying that, hold on, this Lilium ripping in already doesn't quite take her out. Plume at 1 health. Yeah, I was about to say, usually go through the motions early, Alexandra, where you kind of, feel each other out, try to bait out some skills. But with the damage that this Lilium character can push out, Luca is definitely putting, gas on the pedal.
That was nuts. Lilium comes in straight away. I mean, Lilium's single target DPS is unparalleled. She's probably she's the best single target DPS in the game. So that ability to kind of go through, and actually, obviously being in low HP territory now for Lilium as well, that is sort of rough, because if the S2 comes through from Lilium and actually gets the kill, then your entire team gets stunned, and then you've got another turn where you can't do anything. So that is that's going to be risky, but hopefully will have the ability to kind of be sustained up a little bit. Doesn't have a direct heal like the Sanya or the Ling Luo to work through. So let's see the Tiamat transformation does come through though.
Yeah, even though there's no direct healing, the Fusho with his Supernova does provide a lot. You see there, you didn't even break the shield. Now you get that extra healing on top, and the Rahu defense up comes through. So Ronnie might have actually survived that initial onslaught coming from Luca. That was really scary. And now maybe he shifted the position where he is now, having the initiative.
Yeah, and actually, as you mentioned as well, the Mizuki just popped the Amber already on the Tiamat. So that Amber has been popped, and so that is now a defensive mechanism that's been taken away, and that doesn't feel great, as you said. Not a great position to be in. There's going to have another Mizuki coming through.
Yeah, look at the damage.
A lot of damage.
We're going to be able to heal her up a little bit. Let's see what we cleanse. The defense break is still active on her, so she's still in huge trouble here. Rahu taking a turn. Is it going to be enough to finish? It's not. Just barely surviving at 1 health. Plume maybe gonna able to finish the job. Not quite, but Rahu gets the chance at redemption with that assist.
Yeah, we do have the heal still. So the revive from Sanya next turn. So when Sanya cycles through again, we will have that available, but it's not looking great right now for Luca. Ronnie just seems to have the edge in this matchup for the time being, and he is that Mizuki actually, can maybe see where it got banned. It has been super impactful so far.
Yeah, we were talking about that, depending on what we should have banned the last game. I had the pleasure of watching Ronnie plays YT last weekend on one of our weekly tournaments, and he looked really, really strong. Even though he didn't end up taking it all, I just think he really has the bruiser versus bruiser match very well researched. He's practiced, and he just looks really strong. However, we do have the Lilium coming back. That's the power of the Sanya, but if you notice, she's far back on the turn meter, so Ronnie still has the advantage here, even though he has had his 4th unit being revived.
He does indeed. Ronnie, I think, still in a pretty good spot. And as you mentioned, that's going to be a nice hit from the plume as well. It just doesn't feel like the stability is there for this bruiser comp. It just feels it's a little too fragile to outlast what Ronnie's put on the table, even with the Sanya. The Lilium, I feel like you need that execute to come through. I feel like when you throw the Lilium out, it's like I need to make something happen in one turn. Otherwise, I do just kind of have a unit that becomes a very easy target. And this Lilium has felt, outside of that first hit, hasn't felt great. And she will just drop down here.
My God,
and then the
2-for-1
Tiamat goes
special.
down.
No, but as you were saying, yeah, Lilium, I think this could have been a different story if Luca almost landed that kill on that plume. If he was able to secure that, you know, we could have been telling a very different story right now. But as you mentioned, the longer the match goes, the Lilium is a very big liability, especially when fighting units like Robert.
Gonna play this one out, but I don't really see a very easy way back into this for Luca, and it'll be Ronnie Plays is the coming through this best of three. Not what we were expecting. Obviously, Luca in for being one of the sort of the top level RTA players, an absolute grinder on the ladder. But it's Ronnie Plays who's just been able to make the outplay in this best of three quarterfinal. He's just going through the motions now, just kind of making Ronnie earn it for the time being. Plume will drop another ult on top of him, but I don't think there's any way back into this for Luca.
No, well said. You know, even though our predictions were wrong, I'm a big fan of Ronnie Plays. I really like how he navigates these bruiser lineups. And so him taking out Luca, even though that's not what I predicted, I'm extremely happy to see it.
Yeah, and there we go. That will be a victory for Ronnie Plays. An excellently played matchup, actually. I just think overall the draft was that much better from Ronnie. I think he had a really well protected Fushu pick there. I think that was great. And adding in the Ling Lure as well, making it the easy ban because he didn't want to give over the double sustain. So I really think he played that excellently. And congrats to Ronnie. He's going to be our first semi-finalist here, heading into the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1. I think like that is a good indication of the meta right there. That matchup's a pretty good indication of the meta. Very bruiser heavy. Yeah. We're still in this sort of I guess bloodbathy like meta where you're just waiting to sustain out damage. But that's an incredible game, and I think we are joined by Ronnie to chat to him. And Ronnie, I gotta say that was really impressive. You played it excellently, and especially around the draft, we were really impressed. How was your experience competing? Like, what was it feeling like coming into this match in the sort of the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1?
Nervous playing against rank 1, match 1. I think it's a super stacked bracket, and I think, yeah, I'm glad that I got through first round now.
Ronnie, big fan, brother. Love the background too. I know you've been prepping. I was mentioning the tournament we did last weekend. Did you do any extra prep for the bruiser lineup against Luca, just in general for the tournament?
Yes, I did, because I knew he likes to ban the whole and this automatically gives a lot of value to the Rahu first pick. So I thought it was like make or break if I find an answer to the Rahu first pick or not. Because if you don't first pick the Rahu, then the other one can just Rahu Tiamat immediately and has the two best boosters for the rest. So I was looking for an answer and luckily found one a few hours ago.
You did excellently. I think we both kind of said you won it in draft, like it was very much a draft kingdom game from you. How are you feeling going into your next matchup? Because you'll either be against Bread or Keka, so you're gonna have a tough matchup going into your semi-finals. So how are you feeling about that?
Probably a bit less nervous now that I've got the first round complete. I mean, I competed against Keka last week in the tournament. And yeah, EWS, it's either EWS champion or rank 1 from season 0. So either way, it's gonna be a rough battle, but I'm ready.
No, we think you played really well, and we were both really impressed watching you play in that first quarterfinal. Hopefully we'll get the chance to talk to you a little bit later on as well. But Ronnie, congrats, mate! Amazing way to kick off the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1. So congratulations, and we'll see you a little bit later on.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
We're going to take a look at the highlights. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, incredible first game. And actually, speaking to Ronnie, you could see he was pretty confident. I really loved that that was really clever from him. Like he knew that, hey, I know this guy likes to ban Holden, doesn't like to play against it. Therefore, it makes it really important for me to get a good play around Rahu. I think he just drafted really well around that. Like we said, we felt like he won it from the draft card.
Yeah, he did his homework. I was mentioning he just practices that Bruiser lineup. He's fought players like Kekker, like Bread, so he definitely has the experience. And now that he's got that first game under his belt, I think the nerves can kind of go off and he can really start, have the eye on the prize and go for the #1 spot.
Yeah, and speaking of which, this next matchup, it's a big one. It is Bread versus Kekker. It is the rank 0 season 1, rank 1 season 0 player versus the current EWS champion in the form of Kekker. Both of these guys are probably some of the best in the entire world at this point in time. And I think it's going to be a really exciting one. Kekker known for being really diligent, really well thought out in the draft, playing really well, making great decisions in game. But Bread is definitely going to be one of his toughest opponents. This could really go either way, Car.
Yeah, I think this is a match you would definitely just see in the finals. The caliber of both of these guys, probably the two favorites, at least in my opinion. But as we saw, Scoundrel, our predictions were wrong with Luca versus Ronnie. Like I said, all the players are so strong, any of them can take it. But Bread versus Kekker, make sure you don't miss a second of this one, because this is going to be an amazing match.
We're going to see the Lillian ban and the Veronica ban. I was expecting a lot of Veronica bans in this tournament. I just think, she obviously is so annoying to deal with in this Bruiser heavy meta. It's going to be the Plume first lock-in for Bread here. And it looks like we're going to get Fushu. I think we're going to see a lot of Fushu in this tournament. She's been sort of highly contested by a lot of our players so far. And let's see what Kekker's going to go for. Obviously, if he doesn't take one of either Rahu or Tiamat here, he could risk them both going over, and it will be the Tiamat that gets locked in.
Yeah, and there's also another nice thing. So you're talking about Fushu. I just want to go through a few things here. You said, previously the Fushu, I think, was available in the EWS, the last big tournament, but we didn't really discover her power level. Now players have really adapted with things like Supernova, building her in certain ways to capitalize on her insane skill set. One additional thing is that with the Tiamat, one of the hardest counters fighting Tiamat would be having the Fushu on your side, because when you attack into her S3, it's just the shields, the healing, the turn meter. It's really scary to fight against. But now that Kekker has both on his side, Bread is going to have to manage that, and Rahu is one of the best answers from that position.
Yeah, and we'll see the Holden as well coming through as well. So that's a pretty that was banned in the previous set every single game, so we are going to see that come through this time. That was a big pick in the EWS Invitational. Holden was very strong. To be honest with you, as was the what is the other one called? What was the one that was released with Holden at the same time? It's just the name's complete. Yeah, Hoyen was pretty hotly contested at that stage, but she was much more of an anti-revelation pick rather than an anti-bruiser pick. But we're going to see the Ling Luo and the...
Oh my god, Bread is busting out the Lilith.
Yeah, this is pre-buffed Lilith as well. I mean, Lilith got some pretty nasty changes on the last update, but this is season 1 Lilith, so this is before the buff. She's always been known as like the anti-bruiser, right? She's kind of always been that role where she's kind of supposed to be a bruiser that's good against bruiser comps. We'll see if that comes through for Bread here.
Yeah, so you were mentioning she's an HP scaling bruiser and she has crowd control to stun. So if your opponent doesn't have access to like good healing or cleansing, I should say, from like Kekker only has Fushu, she could be a threat on her own. And Bread, if you don't know him super well, he was actually one of the innovators of Lilith early on in like season 0. He's also really well known for his Holden, but he's kind of going back and forth. I see him on the Artisan Shell instead of Jackal Guard. So that's going to provide more defense and more damage. So Bread actually not having a healer here, he's really going to have to come over the top and kind of navigate this match, because without access to healing, right, he needs to end things sooner than later. But between Plume plus the double Artisan, he's going to be deceptively tanky.
Let's see. Exciting first matchup here between Kekker and Bread. Bread on the front end of your screen with the Lilith, the Rahu, the Holden, and the Plume. But that is a very fast team on the side of Kekker, and his Kazuya is super fast as well, so he's going to be the first to strike with some CC here. But got the Mizuki, so obviously still has some damage available, not completely devoid of damage in this situation. Still looking relatively strong. See what he goes for. Not just not immediately clicking the mass CC button here.
Yeah, maybe just thinking through his future turns, does opt for the turn meter, big debuffs, obviously the attack breaks, the sleeps. The scary thing though is with the Mizuki, depending on how Kekker built it, she's usually used to fight things like Tiamat, so unless she has some speed on her, the damage but outside of the counters may not be enough. Even though Bread, got his Linglo banned out, the double artisans, the plume quill stacking up, the turn meter, the potential stuns from Lilith, I'm a little worried from the side of Kekker, but if he can just, as we've always said in these bruiser versus bruiser lineups, sometimes one side will favor the longer the match goes, and I think for sure, Kekker needs to draw this one out.
So we're going to see Chaku's prediction win rate here. It is going to be Kekker at 65%. I wonder how Chaku predicts this. Like, wonder what calculations our little Chaku makes to make the prediction happen for Kekker.
And I also want to know what rank did Chaku end at, because these are some top level players. Chaku better have been playing some RTA games if he wants to be predicting these matches.
Don't say that, because I haven't played as many RTA games as I should have done this season.
Sorry, I caught my boy Scoundrel in the crossfires, but no, just a joke, of course.
You threw me in the dirt there, Kai. You threw me in the dirt.
Well, let's see how this one goes. We are making some headway from the side of Kekker, so you know what, Scoundrel, Chaku could be correct here, able to get those debuffs. Look at the damage, the Mizuki stacking up a little bit there. You see the plume at about half. Lilith also looking a little low, but she's asleep, as well as the other two big bruisers.
She's going to take the Lilith down as well in terms of the healing. As you mentioned, no healing, so every bit of damage really counts here for Kekker, and that's where you just feel like he could end up having the edge. Really nice, though. Finally gets the plume. A lot of buff strip and debuffs being landed here. But yeah, like we said, every little bit of damage counts in this situation, and really going after the plume. And that is the Lily Kazuyo combo that you talked about right at the start. It is disgusting, and they will get another mass landing.
And look at these Jackal Guards. Even though you had, early, you just have so much health on your team, we now see the plume taken out. Kekker's game plan was actually even more brutal than I imagined. The Kazuyo plus Lily is just so strong, a Scoundrel, and I think that's why she's to be adjusted in future patches. But right now in this current tournament, she is such a huge threat.
Yeah, not even playing the Codex version, by the way. I think the Codex version is the one that got nerfed quite heavily as well. This is the Jackal Guard version of the Lily, but still the Kazuya, but it's still insane. Like, you still have, essentially, you can single target sleep whoever you want twice because you've got both her single target and Lily, and then obviously it is quite a low cooldown on her ultimate regardless, so it is very difficult to play. And Lacey just constantly sleeping everybody, no one getting a chance to make a move here. It's not 100% over, but it's not looking too great for Bread so far.
Yeah, most definitely. And you mentioned something interesting between Codex and things like Jackal Guard. Codex is something you won't see a lot from bruiser players because they want the match to go, very long. And typically, Codex is a front-loaded shell. So things like Jackal Guard will give you more access, to the turn meter, plus that extra chip damage every time it activates. So a lot of times you will see them prefer Jackal Guard over Codex.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it was something that we'd seen quite a lot of in the bruiser matchups in the previous weeks. But obviously, Kazuyo had that flexibility. She could be used in either form of CC comp and burst comps and cleave comps. She was very just a broadly useful Animus, and she will just land another ultimate as well, making sure that no turns can be taken. And as you correctly called out right at the start, no healing. No sustain for Bread means that, if he wasn't able to get a foothold in this match and start dealing some damage, he just gets slowly chipped away. And as you mentioned, things like the Jackal Guard having those extra chips, they're all the more useful when there's no sustain. That is going to be the Rahu going down now. So this pretty much feels like all she wrote for this first match. Kekker will take the win.
Wow, what a game from Kekker, coming out strong over Bread, and that's not something you want if you're on the side of Bread here, having the former EW champion kind of, win that in such a significant fashion. Bread is going to have to change things up significantly.
Well, I tell you what, that was a classic Kekker right there. You just feel like he's sort of maybe losing a little bit in the draft, but he comes out again with a really solid game plan, knows exactly what he was doing, and never felt like Kekker was out of it. Never felt like Kekker was out of control, and that's kind of how it felt all the way through the EWS Invitational. Kekker, in every moment, just controlling every turn, knew exactly what was going on. That Lily Kazuyo combo, you can see why Kazuyo is getting nerfed and why they don't want that to be a thing, because it's just one of those games where Bread didn't get to take a turn. Most of his turns are just like, my Animus is asleep. Skip my turn. My Animus is asleep.
Yeah, hands off the phone, hands off the keyboard and mouse. Like, you just don't really get to play whenever she gets going. And unfortunately for Brett, even though he had the double artisans, lots of damage coming through, the damage just doesn't really matter if you don't get to activate your buttons.
Well, we're going into the second match now. Keka 1-0 up. Maybe our predictions getting saved here, because obviously we did say, despite Bread being an excellent player, we did put Keka down as the probable champion for the whole tournament. And let's see, we're going to see the Fushu again for Keka. The picks and bans identical in this second game so far.
Yeah, the Fusho Tia combo coming through. We kind of highlighted those strengths. Let me just say, Scoundrel, in terms of the predictions, right, I call these win-wins because, you know, even though I am predicting Kecker, you know, Brett is such an amazing player. I'm rooting for him. Ronnie, we talked about earlier. So honestly, whoever makes it through, as long as there's some great games, and honestly, I want to see also best of threes from both of these players, just going the distance, showing us what Etheria has to offer. That's what I am looking forward to.
Absolutely, no, agreed. Like, even if we predict one person, we still recognize that all of these players are unbelievable, like top 8 in the world right now, technically, in terms of where they're at. So, you know, we are fully aligned in terms of, you know, all of these players deserve to make it through. All these players deserve to get to the point where they are sort of taking home the victory. But you know, either way, Keka, the one to beat realistically. He's got the title already. He has just been overall a player that's been so impressive the more and more that we've seen of him. And so we're going to be jumping into potentially this second game, maybe the last game of this series, depending on how this goes. That is going to be, thinking about the Kazuyo. Kazuyo doesn't come through, but I imagine if Kazuyo gets picked up here, that will be the ban this time round for Keka. I feel like Keka will just lock it in though, because, well, I mean, it feels like it should be the lock. It's kind of going down an identical path that he went to last time, but this time there is a double sustain to deal with as opposed to previously.
Yeah. So you did see Bread kind of hover that Kazuyo, and if he did end up picking that, just the steal from Kecker, you would have actually seen some negative interactions from Rahu plus the Kazuyo, because whenever, you know, Kazuyo S1 sleeps somebody, Rahu has a chance to wake them up with his assist. So you see Bread not opting for it. He does respect the Kazuyo this time around, and we'll see more of a typical lineup. No full crowd control. Bread's actually going to get to play the game.
Well, let's see. Like you said, it's a little easier this time around. Lilingleo is the one that goes, but it does still have the ability to have the Sanya. We'll have the Revive available. We'll have the ability to potentially cleanse some things out as well. And obviously, as you mentioned, the Kazuyo being gone here does mean that there is no mass sleep to deal with. However, there is the Tiamat, so there is actually a damage threat this time round, and that is something to be concerned with. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Oh, Chaku comes in again with a slightly increased win rate this time round for Keka.
Oh, and let me just make my apology right now. Scoundrel, I apologize to Chaku for maybe bad-mouthing him a little bit. His predictions were so on point. Of course, he is much smarter than I am, but you can kind of see here from the side of Kecker. Look at this. Kecker's, the T-Mat is procced already. Amber going. Fusho very, very dangerously low. We see some rebuttal coming through, but the counter procs are in full effect right now.
Yeah, we have the Plume now. Going to be able to just pop the Curse Quill. That will be
oh
straight
my God,
out.
it's enough.
Fushu going down already here. Going to see if Keka can make a comeback, but that's not a great start.
And X, look at these matches. This is a bruiser versus bruiser lineup where the game is so quick. You're already seeing units getting taken out very low. Now Bread looking very, very dominant at the moment, able to actually start healing up via that Sanya. And now in that 3v4 scenario, especially with that Amber already blocked, it's looking like his game.
What a big comeback from Bread here. Keka actually dismantled, like completely dismantled in this second game. That'll be an immediate forfeit. Keka just hangs his coat up, saying, nope, you got me. I'm not making a comeback in this one. And Bread levels the series out, so it is not a foregone conclusion here. Very, very much still up in the air for pretty much everything that you want to see. That's pretty cool. That's kind of what we wanted to see. We didn't want to see a complete walkover here for Keka versus Bread. These two are both excellent players. We both think they are just as good as each other in the right moments. And I think Bread made the right adjustments. Bread made the correct adjustments. The Kazuyo ban was infinitely more valuable than the Tiamat ban. And yeah, it just showed exactly why.
Most definitely, Bread really drafted there in a way that set him up for victory. He was thinking about taking the Kazuyo, but instead he just says, you know what, if you pick the Kazuyo, my draft I situated in a way where even if you have it, I'll be able to ban it comfortably, and I like my top 4 versus your team. And you just saw there how dominant against someone like Kecker, who had a similar lineup to game 1, it just really worked out for him.
And tell you what, that's going to set up a spicy game 3 here. I wonder how much adaptation we're going to see in draft. Keka can't just kind of run it back because obviously he was so easily beaten down in that game. He can't kind of make the same play and just expect it to run his way this time. So there will need to be some kind of adjustment coming into game 3 here. Kara, if you were to pick out anything for Keka to look at, what maybe would be your focus?
Man, I really don't know because Brett is such a scary opponent and he's been trying this team at Fusho combo. Worked game 1. The Kazuya was really kind of the linchpin in making that work. But you saw Brett dismantle that lineup. Brett, just like Ronnie, very, very strong in fighting these bruiser lineups. So all I can say, Scoundrels, that Kecker is one of the best at making adaptations and never count him out. Honestly, he is him.
Yeah, I mean, he is. He literally is him. His aura, he's a complete aura farmer. Bread's going to go for the Tiamat into the Holden pickup. So not actually going for the Rahu this time around, and instead going for the Holden. And it will be the Fushu, the Plume, and let's see what he... I'm guessing it would have to be Rahu. It is going to be the Rahu. So I was going to say, guessing it's going to have to be the Rahu. It will be the Lily picked up now here by Bread. Now, Ling Luo comes through. If you're a Rahu player, you're probably having to ban Holden at the end here. I guess it will have to see, but, you know, I know that a lot of Rahus don't like to particularly play into Holden.
Yeah, this is definitely not a lineup that you want to fight, but I don't think that's a must ban by any means. You see the Sonya now taken away, so Bread's gonna have to find another. This is very interesting from the side of Kecker. He does take away 2 like strong cleansers and healers on 4 and 5, but this time Kazuya won't be in the equation. So Bread has a lot of room to breathe here in terms of what he can pick on 5, not having to worry about that, you know, must ban Kazuya situation. So I'm very curious to see what he locks in here. He does have, you know, I think a double healer like Chiaki would round this out nicely. That way he's not trapped in a position like game 1 where he's left with 0 healers.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be the Holden ban though, so he is going to ban away the Holden. I think that somewhat makes sense. Like obviously double healer can be difficult to deal with when you're going into a Tiamat, but yeah, getting rid of the Holden will be banned here for Keka. And it will be the Plume ban. Finally, someone decides they don't want to play against Plume in one of these matchups.
Yeah, Kazuya wasn't there to, you know, kind of take that ban from her. And we're going to see in this scenario, it's going to be like the Rahu hyper carry versus the Tiamat. You do have the Tiamat Lily combo, double healer on the side of Bread. But, you know, there's so much utility. So Rahu, if he is awake, and if Bread can activate those stacks for him via the supporting cast, you know, he can line up some nice kills there. But I really don't know how this one's going to go. In this complete set of best of 3, this is by far going to be the longest one, I would say.
Yeah, this is going to be, especially with double sustain, lots of cleanse. And Doki Doki, you were talking about it to me before we were going live. You were saying Doki Doki just really, really strong with these bruiser versus bruiser matchups, especially because of you know, just the fact that she can keep the cleanses going, keep the speed buffs going as well. That is going to trigger into the Fushu. They were targeting down Doki Doki early. She is going to be a relatively easy target to focus in on, but Fushu gets those shields going.
I'm surprised at the damage in that Tiamat. Did you see how much she chunked that Doki? And Doki is a strong unit, you know, not just the cleansing, because we don't have too much to cleanse here from the side of Bread, but more so just, you know, she has a lot of utility. However, I don't know if I like her in this position for Kecker. She could be one of the weaker links, which is crazy to say because she's such a strong unit, but we'll have to see how that one goes.
She doesn't, yeah, like you said, she's not exactly cleansing anything crazy here. Like, there's no major debuffs to deal with.
Oh my god! That might be it right here for her. Now, we do have the Sonya revive, but as we've mentioned before, you know, it is on cooldown, but even when it finally comes through, it goes to the bottom of the turn bar, so even though you have your unit back, you're kind of still on the back foot.
Gosh, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Let's see, they're now focusing down the Fushu. That's going to be another hit now. The Tiamat is starting to ramp up. I mean, it's not all out yet. There's still plenty of defensive capability left over. There is still the heal available and the revive coming through in one turn from Sanya. So we can't count this one out entirely, but you know, I agree with you. I feel like the Doki Doki maybe was not the optimal pick, not really offering a huge amount to the table for this bruiser versus bruiser matchup. Maybe he was trying to go for like a bait ban with it, like saying, hey, I've got Doki Doki, like, you know, it's really strong in these longer matchups, you know, ban it away. But obviously, Bread's super confident in his Tiamat's damage, able to burst her down very quickly.
I think it was more so that since Bread had the last pick spot, he was kind of worried about, you know, not having that cleanse. You saw Kekker trap Bread with that Kazuya earlier on, or at least force the ban. So with Kazuya still available, he needed, you know, 2 control options so that she doesn't completely dominate. And that's really the problem with Kazuya and why you're seeing her get adjusted, is because she has that much of an impact when picked at the tail end of your draft. So Bread, you know, he made that calculation, and that could cost him in this best of 3 against, or Kekker, you know, I think is going to get costed at the, you know, the Bread just dominating that draft phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder, you know, is Kekker gonna even? Did he revive Doki Doki?
I don't think so. I'm trying to.
No, I think he's just said.
Yeah. He's stacking up the
it's on a low. Yeah, the Sanya ult's on a lower cooldown, so he's probably just said, actually, Doki Doki's irrelevant for me here. Like, I'm gonna have to sustain this out with Rahu and just hope that I can get the work done. But now Fushu's taking a massive beating here. I really feel like this is a big uphill battle for Kekker if he's gonna want to win.
Yeah, he's gonna need some really, really timely Rahu assists. You see the team at damage just pumping through, and I think the in terms of what you revive or don't revive, when your unit goes to the back of the bar, it's better to kind of, you know, add that extra HP to one of your surviving units. But you're gonna see T-Mac come through here, and Kekker is looking very low. Look at that Fusho health. The Gigabyte from the Sanya will be able to keep her healthy, but things aren't looking too hot for him.
We'll be able to boost the HP here through the ult. Maybe get Fushu back into a more comfortable spot. Not a huge amount of damage to be expected for at least a little while so far, and a lot of healing does come through here. Chiaki now going to be able to do the same thing. They are focusing down the Fushu, but yeah, it's not looking great for Kekker. They're really trying to go after the Lily, so Kekker really trying to focus down the Lily in this scenario, trying to take away one of those extra S1 procs from the Tiamat. And Tiamat, if they can just survive out this Dragon phase, maybe an avenue for Kekker to come back in, but it's just looking brutal right now. Lots of damage coming through, maybe hoping that the Rahu stacks is going to be what kind of carries him later into the game, but he's still going into a double sustain, so it's not going to be easy to get through that either.
Yeah, Kekker really needs to weather this, you know, Lily Tiamat combo, especially while she's in the Dragon form. And targeting the Lily, though, we actually talked about this earlier, Scoundrel. You see the Amber a lot of times on these Bruiser Lilies. And so even though Kekker's targeting it, I don't believe it's been procced yet. So he's going to have to go through 2 of those. And so he's in a really rough spot. But if he can kind of weather the storm, there's still maybe a chance.
Yeah, maybe a chance for sure, but it's not looking too hot, and that's a lot of damage, and you can already start to see the HP bars falling critically low. Not a huge amount of healing to work with. You've got Fushu all the way back at the chain, so one Sanya S1, and it will get a little bit of healing done, but not a massive amount. Now, that is a nice shield coming through from the Artisan, and you'll have the ultimate, but
Oh my god, the double Amber proc!
That was huge!
And this is why we said
God.
Kekker was him, Scoundrel. He just very patiently waited out that damage, looking so scary. Timed up that Artisan with the skill 3, you know, not opting to revive the Doki, which would have not really made an impact, and instead believing this Rahu. Now he's in a nice spot here where the Amber, the second lives are out of the equation. So if he gets some nice assists, he could come back.
Gonna start buffing up some HP a little bit more here. The Wrath getting popped once more. That was a big moment. A double Amber proc for Kekker. So that now does take that shell kind of out of commission for the time being. So hopefully, Kekker maybe has an angle to go for. Still going for that Bruiser Lily. So still trying to bat them down. Had to force a couple of big heal moments out of the 2 double sustain with the Chiaki and the Ling Luo, but yeah, Kekker looking better now. Better. Bit of a comeback for him with a huge Rahu ultimate.
Yeah, but one bad thing is, though, with the double healer on the side of Bread, if his Rahu is asleep and is just not activating these assists, you see how many stacks he has active. Oh my god, hold on. Look at that damage, though, just on that S1. If Kekker gets any type of assist action going from Rahu, things could turn around very, very quickly.
See, they're really going for that. I'm going to proc the Dragon form from the Tiamat, and that is now starting to do a little bit more damage. We will have the big heal coming out from Sanya next turn. There is the Wrath, but again, like I said,
Rahu is just not activating. He was really hoping to get that hit onto that Tiamat while she had that defense break, but things, even though Kekker patiently waited this out, if his Rahu just doesn't you know, play the game, then it's not going to work out for him.
We get the big heal and the immunity comes down. Like you said, I actually have seen almost no Rahu assists. It feels like it has been next to nothing from Rahu. We do get the Gigabyte coming through though, so that will get That will get the heals. He will be able to proc it. He's like, no, I don't need to use it. I just want to get some assists from Rahu. Rahu are refusing to play the game again. And Keka must find this really frustrating.
That is very unfortunate. But honestly, when you play units like Rahu, that's kind of the dice you're rolling. You see a damage coming out from the Tiamat, adding up. Now less than half. You see the damage that he can pump out. If he would just get those assist procs coming through, you could see this Tiamat taken out of the equation, and that might be it. But Kecker is looking in trouble.
He is. He's very low HP, but he will have the Gigabyte. Depends on how big this hit is. How big is this hit going to be? It's not quite enough, and now there is a decent amount of healing to come through. We have got the Sanya S3 that is going to buff the HP up, potentially give a lot of HP back here. Oh, it's still starting to become less and less effective, though. You can see that the HP bar is just not filling up as much. Lots of healthy buffs, lots of whale prayers on the side, and that's going to be the assist. That's a big takedown, and I think Keka, he's going to be taken down. What a game, what a match. The champion is out, and Bread takes the win.
What a turn of events. Oh my goodness.
Gosh.
You really just saw the scoundrel. You saw just how patient Kecker was, but we kept saying, you know, if Rahu just doesn't activate in terms of how many stacks he has a chance to assist every time one of his allies attacks. He was really in position to line up those Tiamat kills. He beautifully got both procs on the Amber, and he just needed, you saw him fishing with Sanya, S1's. Other characters were trying to get that Rahu to just play, and he just refused to finish his plate, and that's all Bread needed to climb back.
Yeah, and again, like you said, that's kind of how it goes when you're dealing with the with Rahu. Like you roll the dice. Like a lot of the times when you're dealing with these percentage plays, you're rolling the dice. Even like, you know, when you play a Bramble character, like you're kind of somewhat rolling the dice in terms of like when you think that Bramble is going to have an impact in the game. So yeah, I mean, end of the day, Bread played that excellently. Keka, unfortunately, falling at the first hurdle here, but I think you set it up perfectly when you talked about it at the start of the day. Like Bread, he is not someone to be trifled with. Season 0 rank 1 champion, one of the best players in the entire game, and he now has the chance to take that EWS crown for himself. That was incredible, really well played. But before we get to chat to Bread, we do have some highlights from that previous game to show you, and that was the loads and loads of things to talk about though. So I mean, I will say that was very typical of like that Bruiser versus Bruiser matchup. That last game in particular. What do you think really sealed the deal there? Was it the fact that the Doki Doki just wasn't really useful for Keka in that game?
Crazy part is Kecker, you saw it, right, still had a chance at victory there just with his lineup of the Rahu plus the two supporting cast. The problem is the Doki may have been necessary to kind of counteract, you know, a potential pick from Bread in his draft. So I don't want to really knock him too much for having that pick, because he still could have won in that 3v4 scenario. It just didn't quite work out in the RNG that we highlighted between not getting enough of those coin flips. He really could have lined up that Tiamat kill, and as soon as he got that, he would have been breathing easy.
Yeah, well, we do have the highlights from that match to show you guys. Let's take a look back at how Bread managed to beat out the current champion. Welcome back, guys. We are here with Bread talking about that quarterfinal. Bread, gotta say, like, usually we would be asking you how you're feeling and sort of what your experience coming in, but we have to talk about that last game first. Rahu did nothing. he sat there looking at you, and you managed to take the win. How are you feeling? Did every turn feel very nervy in that last match?
I was so sure I lost. There was a particular part of the game where 3 turns in a row, if Rahu followed up one of those, I lost.
Gosh,
but to be honest, I thought I was okay, and then his ultimate killed both Lily and Tiamat, which I was not expecting, and I was like, oh no, wait, did I lose? And then the Ambers, thankfully, I barely managed to eke it out there, so very exciting game.
Brett, all I want to ask, well played and congratulations again, but in terms of just the drafting, how do you think you did in terms of fighting someone like Kekker? We saw a lot of interactions between the Kazuya on the last pick. Doki came out on the side of Kekker. I was predicting maybe he was scared that you might pick it instead, because this time he had the Rahu. Just give us your thoughts on that.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The first game, I tested too much on the live servers, and I forgot that Kazuya was a pick for a second.
Okay.
So on the second game, I just ran it back with how I was supposed to do it, and it worked. So even though I did steal the last game, I feel like if I didn't ruin the first game, I would have had a very good shot regardless. So it evens out a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, you played incredibly well. You, like I said, Kekker is one of the strongest players in the world, and we knew this matchup was going to be really awesome. Like, both of you guys are incredible players. You're going up now into the semi-finals. How are you feeling about semi-finals? You know, do you feel confident going into this next matchup?
I mean, Ronnie is an incredible turn 2 versus turn 2 player. I never feel confident playing against him. I always enjoy playing against him, though. It's always very tight games. We both win and lose a lot. So I have no idea if I'm going to win, but I'm going to do my best.
Well, I mean, you certainly showed us that you're an excellent turn 2 and bruiser player in that matchup versus Kekker, so we're really excited to see how that goes. Brett, I'm sure we'll get the chance to speak to you a little bit later on as well, but for the time being, congrats, mate, and we will see you in the semi-finals.
Thank you so much. See you.
Well, that is it for the first 2 quarterfinals. We are going to take a quick break on the caster desk, but we are going to throw back over to our host. So, Lisa, take it away.
Thank you so much, X-Condor and Car. What an exciting match. And also congratulations to Brad, and thank you for the interview. It is exactly a very exciting match. 1 to 2 wins, and congratulations to Brad for getting the result. And just a reminder that we will restart invite players to the Global Fest, signing for just 2 days to receive a free SSR Extra Affinity Animus selection. Return players have even more rewards. All new SS1 RTA season has just started, coming with free battlefield skill and characteristic skill. Also, don't forget to use the code Ethereal0925 to redeem 10 anima prototypes. Alright, that's pretty much about our 2 games, and also we have some comments from different platforms. Let's have a look. So now we're having 3 platforms from YouTube, X, and Twitch. Now we're seeing the first comment from YouTube, which is coming from X Rondo. He is saying, or she is saying, this is gonna be a good match. I would say it exactly is. The past 2 games, very exciting games. We do it to the best of 3. 3 games, we have 2 winners, so it is exactly very good. And we're looking for more comments from the different platforms. Now we're seeing from another comments from Twitch, who is coming from Rockstar Domingo, saying, let's go Brad, don't call it a comeback, you got this. And he did really get this, so congratulations to Brad again, and you get a lot of audience who is supporting for you, and you did get this result. So best luck to you in the future games. I think we're having another comments and from different platforms. And I know that a lot of you are watching behind the scenes, so be sure to leave us more comments, and you will be shown also in the live streams. So that is pretty much all of our comments area, and be sure to leave more comments, so we will have a very short break, and we'll be looking forward to the next exciting match.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1 Finals. I am a Scoundrel, joined by Car. We've had the first 2 quarterfinals of the day. It was an crazy one where we had both Ronnie and Bread advance to those semifinals. Bread actually beating out Keka, our current EWS champion. Really, really well played by him. And he obviously, in the interview, was saying, hey, I think I played well, but also definitely feel like I got lucky with the Rahu in that final match. But that, I think at the end of the day, played excellently across the board. Here's the bracket as it stands. 2-1 victory. So no clean sweeps as of yet, Car. Semi-final is already locked in, but we are about to go into Jitian versus Rob, that guy, as our next quarterfinal.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we have best of 3s going the distance for every set so far. So the games have been awesome.
And we're going to obviously be working towards Jitian and Rob. I don't know a huge amount about Jitian, obviously a little bit about Rob, but not a huge amount about Jitian here. So I'm interested to see what he brings to the table. Obviously, we are expecting pretty much everyone to be bruiser orientated in this Hyperlinker Cup Season 1 Finals. It's kind of the go-to strategy thus far. But what do we know about Rob? I know you know a little bit more about him. So what can you tell the audience about Rob?
So actually, Rob is also one of the lesser players that I know. I know he's very well known in the community. RTA grinder Scoundrel, and I believe he was very, very high ranked in this last season. So although I don't know a lot about him specifically, I see a lot of his name mentioned around these Etheria parts. So I'm expecting great things.
I think I accidentally put you on the spot, Car.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'll call it an evens for telling everyone that I don't play RTA.
Touche.
We have the draft coming through here. You can see Rahu. So another situation where Jitian has picked up both Rahu and Tiamat in a draft phase, but we will see the Holden come through in the protected slot for Rob, that guy. So he will have that available to him. Let's see where we end up. We're going to get a Veronica, which wasn't banned. The first time that we're going to see Veronica as well. So Jitian already looking like he's got an interesting draft to have to face up against.
Yeah, very well outlined there, Scoundrel. The Veronica, the first time we're seeing, she's a scary unit to fight, even in these bruiser versus bruiser matchups. In the past, we saw her used against like anti-cleave because she can provide the soul ward, the immortality to kind of give you that second life so you can survive the onslaught from cleavers. But in bruisers, if you combine her with certain shells, although this one is on Codex, so that's going to be kind of interesting. But one thing is like protecting the Ling Lo. If you have a Ling Lo on your side and you fight something like Veronica, the fact that you can steal all your buffs and provide it for your team is something you really don't want to fight against.
No, absolutely not. And it will be the Kazuyo as well at the end. He's like, that's a scary looking draft. That's a scary looking draft from Jitian. But generally there's a decent response from Rob. I wonder what the bans are going to be when they come through here. It will be, I think, removing the Sanya, and it will also be removing the Tiamat. So just on this, who do you think you are sort of leaning towards based on the outcome of the draft?
So even though we've seen Kazuyo be so scary, I think Rob is actually favored maybe slightly here because you have that Rahu interaction with the Kazuyo where he might potentially wake up the sleeping targets, unless this is going to be Kecker's Rahu where it just doesn't activate ever.
It just doesn't have the assist skill. That will be the plume coming through here. So a lot of debuffs now onto this team. We've got the Veronica's chance to take a turn, got the buff steal, not a huge amount of buffs to steal apart from the speed at this point. But there we go.
Yeah, you saw the damage come up there. Not very much from the Rahu, even with that defense break activated. And so I think Rob is looking really strong. If he can kind of, once again, weather the storm, kind of navigate these sleeps, and the damage from the Rahu, I think, is not going to be enough, at least in the early phases, especially behind such a strong healer like Chiaki. I think Rob is definitely favored.
It's looking pretty good for Rob thus far. As you mentioned, lots of heals coming through, and Chiaki pretty strong. Not got a lot more in the way of like cleansing or anything like that. But there will be the Rahu ultimate now, so a lot of damage. But it does get the response from the Holden, but not a massive amount sort of landing on the enemy team. And obviously still has the heal available from the Chiaki to keep things going.
She is quite tanky though, so if this Kazuyo gets activated and can start getting some sleeps and Rahu doesn't wake them up, that's definitely G10's time to shine. You see the Holden coming in big time here with skill 3.
Strips away and also gets a lot of damage down. Also now applying a lot of cursed quills across the team from the plume as well. Veronica will be able to go once more and gives her team a massive amount of shielding.
Oh my
God. That's
big damage coming out, but well
disgusting.
timed. Yeah, that Chiaki able to kind of top her off. Now we talked about the fact that she doesn't have cleanse, so he's got the defense break. He's got to watch out in case that Rahu kind of comes in and snipes her out. The Codex on the Veronica is giving Jiten some time to kind of get those buffs, those barriers, the shields, to give him some room. He wants to land a kill here early so that he can kind of have the advantage moving forward.
Trying to go after the Lily as we speak. It's not an Amber Lily, it's just a Jackal Guard Lily. So once that Lily's down, there's no second life to work with. Obviously, not very dissimilar to what we saw from Bread, who was running a very heavy Amber team. But that's a very big heal that comes out onto the Lily, so puts her back into a healthy HP territory. Right now, some sleep's coming out, so everybody's kind of getting put to sleep, making it difficult for Rob to be able to respond right now. But yeah, like I think just going through the motions at this point. The Plume Ultimate will come through again. We have 6 Curse Quill stacks across the board for the majority. Couple of 7s, but there we go.
We've talked time and time again how powerful this Plume character is, especially when she gets those stacks going, and that's really going to favor Rob because, you know, Kazuyo, once again, if she gets some sleeps, if Rahu wakes them up, those quills are going to negate a lot of damage. If it's behind the sustain of Chiaki, he really just needs a little bit in the way of Holden to come through later on, especially when the Ether effects start stacking up. You see, actually, Jiten opt to not use a lot of the Veronica S2. He didn't want to land the kill there, but her damage on the skill 2 HP scaling, keep an eye out for it because it can do some very, very heavy DPS.
Now we're just watching them continue to stack buffs up against each other, debuffs against each other. That is now nearly max Curse Quill stacks as well. Not a lot in the way of. I think Holden's the only other person that can really actually. Oh, that's Kazuya down. So Holden comes through and takes him down. And no revive available, so now the CC chain has been taken out, and it's looking pretty strong. I think you called it correctly now. Starting to look pretty strong for Rob.
Yeah, Rob firmly in the driver's position now. He just needs to not mess anything up here, letting units get too low where Rahu can kind of get that double tap. As long as he can keep his team healthy, with the Kazuyo out of the picture, you know, it's one less thing to worry about.
I think it's yeah, looking pretty good for Rob right now. You can see that the damage is coming out from Rahu though. He just takes a couple of good assists, but the heal once more onto Lily, desperately trying to burn Lily down, but she is being topped up quite nice by Chiaki. And now they are going after the Veronica here. Jackal Guard also going to provide a little bit of extra chip damage. Every curse skill making that chip damage even more difficult to deal with. And we do have another ultimate. Dispel will come through. So even though you traditionally love to have those whale prayers stacking up with the Ling Loa in these things, not going to allow that to happen as the Plume strip is ridiculous. And that will now just be Veronica taken down. So you feel like Jitian, unfortunately, not many legs to stand on in this position. Even with the Rahu still available with the Ling Loa, it's not going to be enough, I feel, to get through this. And the revenge damage from Holden really proving very strong in this matchup.
Yeah, you saw the Holden on that Band Protect spot. Even though Jiten tried to pick, the premier bruisers in the form of like Rahu Tiamat, we've seen how strong they can be. Rob just beautifully played both in the draft phase, both in the actual game phase too, where you see him, saving the skills, just saving them for when the Rahu starts getting like the Lily low. And as long as he can't get that secure, he's just whittling him down one by one. Units getting knocked down left and right like dominoes. And I think this is pretty much it. Maybe Jiten just going through the motions, planning out his next moves, because I don't think he has too much of an out here.
I think so as well. He's going to keep it going just on the off chance that the Rahu can get something big off in combination with the Artisan, but I don't think that's going to happen. We might not get it's 3 turns until his next AoE, so even with a really strong Artisan proc, it's probably not going to be lining up for him well enough. And we've also got the S2 from the
oh my god, that damage coming out.
He just said, yeah, Jitin's just said there's no way I'm getting through this, and he will now drop that first game to Rob. And I think Rob in general just really popping off in that first matchup. I think I drafted really well and dealt with the threats really well. The Holden in the protected spot really felt like super valuable into a draft where he'd lost both the Rahu and the Tiamat. So excellently played from Rob so far.
Yeah, well said, Scoundrel. And I think a lot of times we've said in the past that games can be won in the draft phase. And Rob, you know, more so than the other two games, I think was looking very dominant both in the draft and in the gameplay. And so I really want to see GTN kind of make some adaptations, because the Veronica, I mean, this is the first time we saw her being on a shell like Codex, as you saw there, didn't really give her too much value. Where instead, if you go for something like a Halloween, really cycle the cooldown, spam out those skill 2s, they provide damage and give you barriers, that might have been a little bit of a different changeup.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, that's now a reset, mentally reset going into this second game. Say, okay, fine, fair enough. I didn't quite get the draft that I wanted in that first game. I'm going to rethink how I'm going to approach things in this second game. Maybe not go for the Rahu, because obviously, you know, I think we've seen people go for the Rahu Tiamat lock-in and think, oh yeah, I've just picked up both bruisers. You know, it's going to be difficult to play around this. And yeah, we definitely saw that earlier on in the day, where that was a bit of a big deal to kind of get around. But this time round, you know, Rob had the exact answer. It will be the Fushu and the Lilium ban, and this time Rob is going to pick up the Holden and the Tiamat. It will be Plume first pick, followed by Sanya here with the Rahu in the protected slot.
Yeah, so Holden this time around will not be in the protected spot. He was such a strong character for Rob in the last game, countering most of the opposing players' draft phase. This time around, GTN's going to have some room to kind of make some changes, opting to go for the Veronica again on that Codex. I'm not a big fan of it, but, you know, he's one of the best players, and I'm just a caster, so we'll see what he has to work with here, Scoundrel.
Don't put yourself down. You're not just a caster. You're a great player.
Thank you,
Gosh. Can't stand it. If we're going to put anyone down, we put me down. I'm nowhere near the level of you guys. I just like talking.
You have a great voice for it, Scoundrel, and I'm sure you're a great player too. But now we see the change up, the Holden, like we said, the problem unit is getting taken out of the equation. So I think we're definitely going to see a much different game this one going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump in. Let's jump into this second match here. GTN's got all the work to do to get himself back into the game, but definitely think he's got what it takes to get there. And we'll see the Lily going first. We can go immediately into a hit onto the Rahu. A lot of damage coming out immediately onto the Rahu here. Obviously not going to be really relevant, because obviously we've still got Sanya and she's got a load of healing that she can do, but that just shows you a lot of damage coming out from Tiamat straight away.
Yeah, the damage under skill 1 is just so deceptively strong, like that true damage. And especially, you see most of these players probably have max dupes on their bruisers, so you have so much damage coming through and extra damage reduction. So that's why the bruisers are kind of favored at the moment. They just get so much value out of the dupes, out of the stats, and they're just a safer play, especially when so much money is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as we're going to remind you guys that the first place takes away $2,500, so a lot of money to be playing for, getting that top spot for a day's work in PvP here. Yeah, I'm going to see the Rahu Ultimate come out, but you know, no one really sort of coming out super far ahead here. We've also got the Mizuki, which is going to be painful to deal with at times as well. Still looking, you know, relatively good damage progress, but we have a lot of healing on both sides. So any damage that does get done at this stage in the game, not going to probably result in anything super meaningful.
Well, yeah, I think you said that really well, but we got to watch out for that S1 damage straight into those, you know, the Tiamat follow-up. That's where you can see the burst damage come through. So things like the Rahu assist, things like unexpected brambles, the Lily S1 procs, Tiamat activating. Those are where you're going to see these unexpected damage bursts come through, and those windows are where these players have to watch out for, where they can lose a unit unexpectedly.
Yeah, and that's the chance that comes into these moments. It just can sometimes be a bit difficult to know. Like, you know, you can't plan for it, right? I mean, you can expect it, you can think about it, but you can't always plan for it, and that's what we have to be aware of with these guys. And we just, as we were talking, we've literally lost. Did we just lose Holden?
We lost the Tiamat is proccing out, but yes, that Rahu came in, not the Holden. He did damage to which character was that? I got sidetracked here. I'm looking at the Tiamat toilet bowl flush.
Sanya,
damage coming through. Yes, the Sanya. It was an artisan proccing Scoundrel.
I've said it the wrong way. It was the Ling Lure that got taken down.
Whatever it was, it got deleted from the game files X because that Artisan proc, the defense break, that Rahu damage coming through. Now GTN looking very, very strong here. You see that the Mizuki combined with the Tiamat, and this is where a lot of times you protect your Tiamat, because we said the strengths of Mizuki fighting characters like Tiamat, where she can counter, apply those wounds. But a lot of times when you have her to protect your Tia, she doesn't do a lot on her own besides activating the defense up. especially in a single target lineup with Rahu, besides his skill 3, he can kind of just ignore her. And that's what we're seeing in this spot.
Let's see, there's probably too much HP to burn through here without any form of sustain on your side. No way to bring things back. I mean, obviously Tiamat can, with a couple of good procs, maybe a Bramble proc here, maybe a Lily proc off the S1. That will be the Bramble proc. So, I mean, that's the start of where we can go with here, but they are going to be having to deal with Veronica, who's going to start chipping down. Now we have the Lily, so Lily is going to set another S1 off, getting a little low, so you got to be a little bit careful.
Hold on.
Yeah, a little bit careful here.
We were talking about this. You got to navigate this minefield between the counters, between the Lily S1s. You see GTN kind of fishing. You saw this as well from Kekker versus Bread, where he's fishing for those Rahu assists to kind of knock out that Tiamat. Got to get through that Amber. Got to take her out of the picture. He is in a nice spot here, but unexpectedly, he could die. Now, the damage isn't going to be too strong because Tiamat has HP scaling. So back-to-backs, he should still survive this. If she had a little more health, he could have been knocked out right there.
Oh, we've just lost the Sanya, so we're now into a 3 versus 3, and now obviously a low HP. When is the Rahu going? It's going to be after the Lily. So this is going to, we're going to have the single heal. So you're going to, who are healing here? Because obviously Veronica is low.
Just opts the S1, and Veronica has no skills. So now with the Lily, like you mentioned, depending on how this goes, the damage, back to back, Lily does lap again.
She can also buff up the Tiamat, but obviously wants to guarantee the takedown onto Veronica, which she does. No revivability. I mean, looks like things have been turned around. There's the shielding and the healing over time coming through as well. And remember, even if the Tiamat goes down, we still do have the Mizuki, so it's not all said and done if the Tiamat gets dropped, which I think with the AoE coming through here, could even just go for the straight up S1. Probably enough to take the Tiamat out of the picture.
Playing his decision, he's going to rock that S3. I couldn't tell. Does there a counter proc? No, not
wait, I forgot the Amber hasn't been procced. The Amber hasn't been procced
yet. So he rips the skill 3. Now he's in a nice position. The Chucky S3 is going to provide that healing, the origami stacks, the damage reduction. And now if he gets some timely assists, if he knocks out that Tiamat, he's definitely favored. He's actually sustaining. Rob was looking so strong. Tia, though, S1 damage. You've seen how much it can do. Chiaki looking in trouble.
Jackie very, very low, trying to go after the Tiamat once again, but Tiamat gets the counter. This Tiamat's been countering like crazy this game. I mean, that's huge, and she does get the assist off the Lily.
You saw him opt to not. You saw him opt to S instead of S2. He pressed S1 to try to get the Rahu assist, but this is, reminiscent of the last set we watched where he doesn't finish his plate, and he got punished for it with those counters, like you mentioned.
He is taking a very minimal damage right now. He will take down the Tiamat. It's not 100% said and done here, but with Twin Trick and Speed Control, you feel like there's going to be about 50 turns before Rahu can actually get something in. And Lily should be able to just pop and start getting the damage down. Rahu, even if he does have that artisan pop, he does not have the AoE, so couldn't go for a massive AoE swipe. We did see that in the Kekker matchup where that was a pretty impressive hit from the Rahu when he did have the artisan proc up on his ultimate, but
doesn't get in and she'll get stripped. Scoundrel, that is it.
That is it. Rob that guy takes the 2-0 sweep over Jitian, and that was incredible. What a great game. That was probably one of the most exciting games because you really couldn't tell which way it was going to go. Losing that Ling Luo early on, you thought, oh god, the sustain is now gone. Like that could be a real problem, but Tiamat just getting some really crucial Bramble procs. Obviously getting a really nice play around the Lily S1s with the assists, and Rahu again just not doing his job when he was asked to do it. That has really bit Jitian down. So
yeah, that's right. X, he's really dropping the ball. Rahu, and for both players now, has just not really finished what he needed to do. But on all honesty, I think Rob just really drafted a little bit better than GTN in both games. GTN definitely made some adaptations and could have won that second game, but I was really impressed with Rob's play.
Yeah, me too. I think Rob played excellently, and like I said, there was some plays here and there, maybe in the second game where you could say to Jitian that maybe I would have done something different, maybe taken the safer option. But I guess in Jitian's mind, he was probably thinking, well, if I don't go for the riskier option where the outcome is a Rahu assist, then I'm probably not winning this anyway. And so I think he was kind of going for sort of the riskier plays, maybe to think that it was his only way back into the game. But Rob played an absolutely fantastic one, and I think just again, really highlighting how the Bruiser versus Bruiser meta can be really thought-provoking in terms of how you take these turns, how you really think about like the each step that you take, each skill that you have to play. And we also, we got to see Veronica for the first time. Like, we haven't seen Veronica all day, and so Veronica finally comes in. Didn't actually get piloted to success, but we haven't seen much Veronica picked up in this in this games in the game so far. So interesting to see some slightly different comps come through. But I just think Rob played a really excellent game, and as you mentioned, you win the prediction game. I went for Jitsu and you went for Rob, so you won this one out. I'll bow my head to you, Car. You did a fantastic job. So I think we are hopefully going to have some highlights to show you from that previous match. So we are going to take a look at the highlights from the third quarterfinal here, and afterwards we'll be speaking to Rob.
Let's do it.
We are here with Rob, and I mean, that was a really, really exciting quarterfinal. First quarterfinal, we've had a 2-0 sweep in as well, Rob. How are you feeling coming into that? Did you know much about your opponent coming into the matchup?
Well, I hadn't actually played him very often this season. I think we only had a single match towards the end of the season. The previous season, however, we played a match of like 20 games in a row, so we knew a little bit about each other.
So you were relatively confident having played him alone in the previous season. That's really cool. I mean, really quickly, obviously, Carl will jump into some more details about the match, but what were you feeling like preparing for this tournament? Like, has your preparation been any different from some of the previous week's tournaments, or has anything new changed for you? Or is it really kind of the same meta, the same kind of preparation that you were doing before?
Well, I mostly just approached this the same way I did ladder, because in the same patch, I was kind of struggling with my second pick a little bit, but thankfully, thanks to the help of someone else this morning, I got that figured out, and I'm feeling pretty confident moving forward.
Well, Rob, congratulations and very well played, both in the draft and in your decision making. Just tell me, who are you kind of not looking forward to, or maybe you want to fight moving forward here into the next bracket?
Well, I've never played Wachun before, so it'd be kind of fun to try facing him for the first time.
So Wachun's on your list, so we'll have to see how he does in his quarterfinal. And Rob, and then obviously on the other side of that bracket, Keka's been knocked out, and you're either going to have Bread or you're going to have Ronnie. If you had to choose and you get to the final, who would you rather be facing?
I'm gonna have to go with my boy Ronnie here. Sorry, Bread. Ronnie and I actually did a little prep together before the tournament, and I really hope to see him in the finals.
Oh, amazing. Well, Rob, you've been great, mate. That was a really, really dominant quarterfinal. You played it excellently. You drafted really well. So we're really excited to see you in the semifinals. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
So we have one more quarterfinal to go, Car, and that will be the final matchup of the day. Who are you? I think we both went for different picks in this quarterfinal again. I think I went for Wachun and you went for
Dio.
Dio, yeah. I was going to say Doi, but I was like, it's not D-O-I, it's D-I-O, yeah. So Dio. So you went for Dio.
Yeah.
Again, can you tell us anything about these guys? Obviously, without revealing too much, can you tell us anything about these guys? What do you know about them as players?
So I actually do know a lot about what they might bust out because I've seen Watchum play a lot. I've known him before even Etheria. So I'm actually rooting for him. But the reason I voted Dio is because I want to see what he busts out. And actually, something interesting is Scoundrels, there's a lot of Dios on the ladder. So if anyone watching at home, this may not be the Dio you recognize. There's so many strong Dios. I don't know why they all pick this name, but he also goes by Hades in case that kind of rings a bell. But both the players, Scoundrel, I don't want to spoil anything. I'm really excited for this one.
Okay, so we've got a really, really interesting matchup to come then. That is exciting to know. And it is our last quarterfinal of the day. We have already moved 3 competitors through to the semifinals, and we are into the draft phase already. So Watchum versus Dio. It will be a Lilith ban. So Lilith gets banned away, and then it's going to be a... Is that you laughing? Because that's what the special... Okay.
So that is something Dio is very well known for, and I'm actually surprised Bread busted that out. I mentioned Bread is one of the Lilith connoisseurs early on, but I was expecting to see that from Dio. A lot of the Bruiser players are afraid when he picks that. He has a nice kind of anti-Bruiser tech using that unit, but Watchum did his homework, just takes it out, doesn't want to deal with it.
Doesn't want to deal with it, and it's going to be Sanya and Plume locked in after Rahu and Holden here, and so we're going to see what the protected pick will be. Whether it's Tiamat, whether it's something else, we'll have to see, because obviously with the Holden, the Rahu gone, there will be Veronica going into the protected pick. So Tiamat's still left. Oh, so Tiamat's banned. I'm an idiot because I wasn't expecting that. Forgot Tiamat got banned. There'll be Heinrich. Okay, so Heinrich and Ling Luo in the protected position.
That's what I was saying. Both of these players, even though they kind of have the typical Bruiser lineups, right? They're already showing us a little bit of spice in terms of Watchum's. Heinrich, see that Veronica on the lock, and it's on Codex again. Maybe I'm missing something. The Codex these players are opting for, I guess just for that initial tempo, could be very, very worthwhile to them. That Mio, we saw players in the past, like Scoundrel, try this combo where Mio comes out later and threatens, the wounds, the pushback, like you were mentioning earlier on in the game, in the tournament. The freezes can be extremely powerful, and then you have that Lilium, who is one of her hardest counters, kind of that synergistic lineup you have there.
It will be the Kazuya who comes in on the Jackal Guard here. So yeah, it will be the Jackal Guard Kazuya that we're expected to see in this Bruiser versus Bruiser matchup, and then the bans will come through. So I guess you're banning Lilium if you're Watchum, and then if you're what are you banning if you're Dio?
If you are Dio, I think we do still have to respect, depending on what we think. A lot of times you have these kind of a game of chicken, since we don't know what's going to get banned out. So he actually opts for the safe play, just bans out the Plume. But now you have that Lilium, like you were talking about, that's going to be fighting against something like a Kazuya. So we're going to have to watch out because she cannot be crowd controlled. She cannot be turn meter pushback.
Exciting, a slightly different matchup here. The Heinrich, the first time we've seen him come through in this tournament thus far. So exciting to see how he performs. He's not someone that gets classically picked up a huge amount, so kind of interesting to see that one come through. It'll be the Mio really quick here, so can just open up with the ultimate if they want, or push back a lot of the turn meter on the other side. Not always super useful in a Bruiser versus Bruiser matchup, but yeah, with the Lilium potentially able to kind of focus in on before someone gets really bad.
One thing with the Mio X is that she does not have access to a strip, unlike some other characters. So you can see here when she activates some abilities, the Rahu is the only one without, that immunity.
Oh, the immunity.
Field.
Sorry, yeah, I just saw the immunity on there. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So it's a little bit less effective, but the fact that Heinrich is going to be there following up, Dio really wants to get some early value. You see this Codex Veronica ripping the skill 3, gonna have that Soul Ward coming up, stealing some buffs. But Watchum, I'm really curious to see how this Heinrich plays out. I have seen some Bruisers try this unit out, maybe opting to just get rid of some of those buffs and then have that Kazuya train come through, get the crowd control rolling.
See another big heal come through, slap the immunity on everyone as well. So again, like I said, Mio not going to have the super heavy effectiveness, not going to be able to sort of land the CC, not going to be able to push turn meters back as effectively. And as you mentioned, not much strip there. We do have the Lilium now, though, and if you're Lilium, I guess I'm going for the Kazuya.
Let's see.
No, for the Heinrich.
Decent damage, and that's that HP destroy. You see the HP lock where he will not be able to recover past that. Now you see him come out. You have those debuffs. Heinrich, one of the best debuffers in the game, but is that going to be enough from the side of Watchum? Follow up with the Kazuya, gets a triple sleep, but as we said, Lilium is immune to those effects.
Yep, she is indeed, and so she will be able to keep going and potentially find a kill here. We do have the wound and the big AoE attack that can come through now as well. just goes for a single S1. Obviously doesn't want to wake everybody up. Makes sense. I'm going to put the Mio straight back to sleep. Everybody else getting stuck consistently here. And we're going to focus down that Lilium for the time being. An S1 from Lingluo may do it.
He needs this Rahu. Okay, it was enough. You saw there earlier, he was kind of fishing with that Heinrich S1. Once again, Rahu maybe was not going to finish, but luckily enough, that Lingluo finishes the deal. You saw the power of that Heinrich setting up the Casio, and now things are looking so good for Watchroom. May get traded out on this Heinrich, but I think the value was already done. And if you can just keep this Rahu game plan rolling through, I think he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, the problem that you're going to be running into is, I guess, in Dio in this situation is that you would just ultimately don't have a lot of damage. So you don't really have a way to kind of push things through. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of sustain here, but you're ultimately going to be struggling otherwise. Going to AoE heal, so actually going to push Heinrich back into a slightly healthier location. And that's going to be now even more difficult to try and burn through if you are Dio in this situation.
Yeah, here comes the S3. This is Veronica's going to be where he can kind of come back, gets that buff steal, gets the buffs for the team, spreads them out, and Veronica with those S2s maybe could secure some kills. You see some freezes finally coming through, Jackal Guard adding up, so don't count out Dio just yet. And remember, if things go really bad for Watchroom, he could land a nice revive here, coming out on a Lilium. She is back in play.
Oh, she is back in play. I completely forgot about the Sanya revive. Actually, I thought it was way off. And even though she's right at the back of the turn, Rahu does finally do something. And the Jackal Guard as well. A lot of chip damage. That may immediately end up losing her chance. She's so far down the turn meter. And actually, the ultimate from Kazuya will do the job. The assist comes through onto the Mio here, who is very close to going down. I mean, okay, this Rahu has just taken everybody else's assists and has decided to use them all this game. So all of the assists that Rahu could have been doing for the rest of the entire tournament, he's doing it on every single hit this game. And again, that's 3 in a row for Rahu here.
But Watchroom just knows how to use this character really well. But I think what you said was very interesting in terms of the lineup. The Sanya revive. We said in the past that, you know, even though she has the revive available, the fact that the character goes far back on the turn meter, unlike other revives like maybe Beyonton, is just such a liability where even though you have your character back, even with the freezes, right? You saw Dio still just, or sorry, Watchroom able to just take out that character, and now Dio is still in huge trouble.
So Dio now only with 2 characters left available, and I think unfortunately going into a very strong uphill battle. The shielding coming through and going to start healing the Heinrich back up as well, and he now has his AoE too. That should be Sanya very close to death at this point. Goodness gracious. I mean, Rahu just doing so much work. They're going to go for the S1, looking for that, and he does it. He does it. I mean, why not? It's been Watchroom has had the most helpful Rahu you could possibly ask for, and it is going to be a concede from Dio in this situation. Watchroom takes the first in this quarterfinal, and got to say, very helpful, very helpful Rahu there.
Yeah, very well played by Watchroom. And if anyone at home is watching why maybe some of the other players just kept picking this Rahu character even though he wasn't doing anything, that's how you see the other side of the coin, where, you know, he does activate, he does a ton of damage over and over, especially when you have a lot of supporting units that can supply the fuel he needs to get going. But all the time, you know, it's always just that it's up to the dice, up to the coin flip. And for Watchroom, Scoundrel, it really worked out.
Really would work out for anyone if Rahu decided to attack every single time you use an S1. he was very helpful that game, but not taking anything away from Watchroom. He built a comp that was designed to do that, and that's, you know, we say that that's the risk when you pick Rahu, but that's also the benefit when you pick Rahu. Like, you know that you're going to get one or the other, and that's why Rahu is picked in a lot of these scenarios. Like, there is a lot of RNG involved in Etheria. Like, that's just part of the game. You know, we have percentage based applications, we have, you know, percentage effect resist, we have percentage effect accuracy. Like, there's a lot of, you know, controllable RNG, but there's still somewhat uncontrollable RNG. That's what makes these PvP games so exciting. Otherwise, you just know the outcome every single time that you were playing a game. So, you know, I think like having those moments is really cool, and the fact that we got to see Rahu on the very upper end of his RNG usefulness was awesome. So yeah, massive props there to the comp that Watchroom drafted, and we're heading into the second draft phase now, and it will be the immediate lock-in of Plume, followed by Rahu and Holden. So Watchroom just running it back for the time being.
Yeah, and you see the Lilith still pre-banned. Watch him really respecting, you know, the plays that Dio could bring out using that unit. And I really loved what you said about the Rahu and just RNG in this game. It is exciting, and managing that RNG is really what makes these players, you know, really shine. Kekker, as you saw in the past with his Rahu, even though he was, you know, it didn't work out for him, he really played around and the match could have been his. Now, when things go a lot better, right, in the draft, like for Watchum, the Rahu kind of just cleans house. But I love these kind of interactions, these minutia plays where the players really navigate the RNG fiascos that we see going on.
You know, absolutely. And I think like that's, at the end of the day, like part of the skill of this game is just knowing how to play around the RNG. So, you know, like, and knowing what to do with the RNG. And that is just ultimately part of what it takes to be a great player. Is like, I understand that the RNG is, you know, is what it is. I understand kind of like how I need to play around it, and I'm going to make percentage plays based on what I know could be the case. Now, we are into the game. We are going to see a Heinrich, Lilium, Veronica, and Plume so far for Dio, and watching with the Doki Doki, the Lingluo, the Holden, and the Rahu here. So actually going to see the Heinrich over on Dio's side this time round.
Yeah, a little swaparoo action, and you see from Watchum, this is really nice, is that he has the Linglo on the Band Protect, right? One very good cleanser, and then the follow-up with that Doki. So he has the answers needed to kind of combat the oppressive amounts of debuffs that the Heinrich unit can do, because you saw in the last game how strong he is when he gets going.
Absolutely, and it'll be the Kazuyo and the Fushu. Kazuyo immediately banned away here, so... Yeah, see what we're going to ban on Dio's side. I guess there's the Plume. So we're going to see the Plume removed and the Kazuyo removed as well. So that is what it is. And you can see we're going to head into the game. But the Lilium's still up and available. Now, Lilium was close to being, so doing some serious impact on the previous game. We'll have to see how it's piloted for Dio this time round.
Yeah, Lilium hasn't had the best success in this tournament because in these bruiser versus bruiser lineups, she is a lot squishier than your typical defense or HP scaler. And when you fight units like Rahu, where the unpredictable nature on assists, a lot of times you see her taken out a little bit earlier than expected, but the damage is there, and you know her strengths are fighting units with crowd control. Now in this one, there's not too much in the way of, you know, crowd control, but as long as he can watch out for that Holden, that's why I like this void effect from the Law of Silence. Holden S2 is so brutal for her. The turn meter pushback, which doesn't work, but the skill resets are so strong against her. Then yeah, I think she could get some good damage, some HP destroy going.
So low HPs kind of on the side of Dio thus far. Now, obviously, Fushu doesn't have quite the level of sustain. We do have the Veronica, which is going to really help keep things ticking along as well. But it's going to be the Holden strip. So Holden's going to immediately come in and strip away and do a load of damage as well. So that's a lot of pressure onto Dio's lineup already. We're going to have the Lingluo. And oh my goodness, of course, Rahu once again doing what he does best. Now we do have the strip available from the Heinrich, but he is on such low HP now. Just a tickle is going to put him over the line, and actually decides not to use the ultimate. We're going to use, see where Lilium goes. Is Lilium going to drop onto the Doki Doki? We'll see.
One fortunate thing for Dio is that the Holden strips, the attack rates did not land there, and it's enough to one-shot from the Lilium. Dio now in the 4v3 scenario, but as the Scoundrel was saying, very low health onto that Heinrich. You know, we do have the Fusho coming out, so this is going to be some nice shielding, nice healing, nice turn meter for his team.
And we're going to have some buff steals as well, because we do have the Codex Veronica, so we can just drop it, run it back again if we want to. Depends on, yeah, we're going to just drop that. And actually looking slightly healthier. That was a big Lilium hit coming through. Well, let's see. Got the turn me to push back. We're going to push Holden all the way back here. Not going to get the Rahu assist this time round. Probably just keep spamming S1s, I would suppose. If you're Lingluo in this case, there's no real reason to use any of your other skills. And actually, not going to get the Rahu assist once more. Now, we do have the ability to start pumping out some damage. S2 can be pretty powerful from Liam. We'll do about a quarter HP onto the Lingluo. Lingluo traditionally built very tanky.
Yeah, definitely built a lot tankier. And if she gets that HP threshold, she does get a stun action. It may not be super relevant here, as Watchum side is still looking pretty healthy, but not enough damage. As the was saying, built super tanky, doesn't get that stun. Now the Heinrich is applying some debuffs. Gigabyte pushing up the Lingluo, and she has full skills ready, opting to just S2, increase the buff durations, get rid of those pesky debuffs.
And Heinrich has gone from the brink of death back to a very healthy spot, and now it's going to be up to Watching to try and dig his way back after losing the Doki Doki. Doki Doki has been a pretty bit of a weird pick. Like every time it's been picked, it's kind of felt like it's been the crutch of the team, and then it just gets instantly deleted, and you go into a 3v4. Now Keka was almost able to dig his way out of that situation.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Watching can do the same thing.
There's a lot of deceptive stuff to Scoundrel when it comes to the draft phase. You saw Kazuyo, so sometimes you need answers that have cleansing available, and sometimes if you have to ban that unit, you know, it doesn't look as great on paper. However, I think one big pivotal moment was the fact that the Holden S3 did not debuff that Lilium. She dodged it, and so she was able to one-shot that Doki. If she did get that attack break, potentially this could have been a different story.
Exactly, yeah, and yeah, like you said, it's just part of the RNG of the games. You know, if you don't get the buff application, Lilium just able to go with the full damage onto the Doki Doki. And as you mentioned, like by the way, I'm not trying to say the Doki Doki was a bad pick. It's just that the way that the drafts have shaken out, it's always felt like it hasn't been a super powerful pick in this situation. Like, just ultimately, that is what it is. Doki Doki obviously has her uses, and you need it in, especially like as a counter to potentially heavy CC teams, but obviously in this situation, not coming out the way that they would have potentially liked. You'll see some chip damage coming out onto the Ling Luo here. Lilium will have her S3 available, so I think they're trying to put Ling Luo into a spot where she will go for the S3 and potentially be at risk of getting taken down here.
That's right, Scoundrel. Now the Lilium is letting it rip. Big skill 3 damage. Is it enough? Not quite, but that HP destroy, the HP lock is going to keep her at that threshold to be finished up later. So now Watchung needs to get some momentum going between the Holden and the Rahu. He is trying to get this Heinrich out of the equation because he is very troublesome. The wound coming back in 1 turn, 2 turns on the AoE debuffs, and the Ling Lo is not long for this world.
Yeah, she doesn't have any AoE heals. She's got a little bit coming through, but, you know, a good S2 from the Lilium might be enough, and Lilium now has the opportunity. She will potentially be able to take the Ling Luo out here, and she will, and the stun comes through as well. So that is a big move from the Lilium, and she has been a massive pick for this matchup. This has been the sort of the defining pick, and actually going to bow down already. Watching says, okay, no worries. I can't do anything in this scenario. I am simply just going to say, no worries. Let's go to the next draft phase.
Yeah, that's right, X. And Holden is a strong counter into the Lilium, but as we said, you know, when the debuffs don't land, I don't know if maybe there could have been an S2 between the Void procs, but it was looking just real good for Dio there, despite, you know, the Rahu kind of popping off early.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, it looked like it was going to be another Watchung Rahu display where he was going to be assisting on every single hit. I mean, Heinrich was this close to going down at the start there. You know, just a little bit more damage, and it may have been a completely different game. And as you mentioned, had that attack debuff landed on the Lilium, then maybe Doki Doki would have survived. Let's see where we go into this third game, though, Car. That is going to be the all-defining, the last game of our quarterfinal round as well. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. Again, still up, both of our predictions still up for grabs here. It could be Watchung, it could be Dio. We'll have to see who takes it. But Dio definitely showing what he's capable of in that second matchup there. Just able to come back with a really sensible, clever draft, well targeted, using the Lilium to great effect as well. And also, I think really showcasing why Veronica has been getting banned by so many people too. She's just so annoying to deal with, the buff steals, the shields that she generates, just a real pest, and I think like ultimately showcased why Veronica is so highly sought after.
Yeah, she's one of the units that's just deceptively powerful. So there's so many plays that these high-level players can opt to do between the, you know, the strips, the stealing the buffs. You even have the S2 with the shield. She acts almost like a secondary healer, and we haven't seen it just yet, but she could also finish matches on her own. So she's a finisher in her own right as well.
Yeah, absolutely. She's yeah, we'll get to the stage where she could be, like you said, she could be that kind of sort of sub-damage threat, not like a true damage threat in her own right, but like a sub-damage threat where she can still get a lot of damage down and still can be able to, like you said, find those final blows. It'll be the Lily this time for Dio, prioritized very early on, as the Heinrich is the one that gets banned by Watchung as he picks up the plume. There's the Veronica, not in the protected slot this time round. So let's see how Watchung decides to respond.
Yeah, and one interesting thing though is Watchung now opts to ban the Heinrich, right? Especially because the pick position wasn't favoring that style of play, and now the Lilith is open. So I'm curious. Ooh. You know, he did his homework. He was banning the Lilith early because everybody knows Dio likes to play that character. Is he gonna have some answers ready? Is he predicting now that it's open? Will it be picked? Oh my goodness, that's a Messiah coming out for Dio. We have a full swap up. It's not just a bruiser lineup. You have the Messiah and the lock with that revelation, and behind that Lily, this could be very, very threatening for Watchung.
Interesting. I think this might be the first revelation pick that we've seen, and it's in the protected slot. So this might be the first revelation pick that we've seen in the tournament thus far.
This is why Dio was my pick. Scoundrel, we'll have to see whoever wins between here, if you tie me up in terms of predictions or not. But this is why I wanted just to see Dio. I know he does some exciting stuff where it's not just always the Bruiser takedown. And nothing against Bruiser takedown, guys. I'm a Bruiser player myself. But I like, when players have these kind of tech, these interesting plays. Now you see the Mio coming out on that 5th pick spot. We do have to worry about, though. Okay, the Lily does make it through. So nice band bait there for Dio. Watchum has a nice lineup between double healer, lots of bruisers. He just kind of has to weather the storm, the early damage coming out from Messiah and Co. But it looks like we're going to see a fast one here, Scoundrel.
And with both Lilium, Lily, and Messiah, I feel like I'm slightly favoring Dio here. I feel like he could go to town very quickly on some of the weaker members of the Watchum lineup, and it'll be difficult for Watchum to respond, because you can imagine that Lily's going to be going very quick, then the speed buff's going to come through. And then we saw what Lilium was able to do last time, especially when Holden wasn't able to apply the attack debuff.
Yeah, with the follow-up of the Lilium DPS, that's kind of like the X factor, because he could definitely survive the Messiah between the Lily. He has a Lighthouse on the Chiaki, and if she cuts in, she can provide some big healing and some crazy damage reduction. Then you have the Sonya too, who is usually just very tanky, can also sustain the team. And then you have the 2 defense scalers, which aren't going to be as effective against someone like Messiah, who has those passives. Let's see the damage. Okay, not too bad, but there's the cut-in. Now you have the S3 and X. This is where the things get really scary, because look at the burst healing, look at the origami stacks. Even though you have the Lilium following up, I guess we could do some stealing of some buffs with the Veronica, but we really want, actually that damage was not bad on that S2, but Dio really needs to put on the pressure, because even though Messiah can hang in there with invincibility, the longer the match goes, Watchum will easily be able to trade him out.
Yeah, and actually everyone kept very healthy here. So let's see where Lilium, this is going to be the moment we need to keep an eye on. Lilium, is she going to get a one-shot? She goes onto the Holden, and he just sustains through it. And now Holden's going to come back and start stealing things away, stripping away the buffs. And I think maybe, just maybe, I mean, obviously we're going to have the reset here, I think, for the Messiah, but feels like we could potentially have weathered the majority of the storm already.
Yeah, and if I'm seeing that correctly, I think Messiah actually kept his invincibility buff, but luckily enough, I don't know if that would have been enough to finish him behind those barriers provided by Veronica. We're going to see here, he needs the follow-up to be very significant. That S2 adding up the damage on the Codex, putting Holden in kill position, and as you said, Scoundrel, the reset is here. So now Dio's got to press this button and come up big.
And he does get the hit onto the Holden, so not enough to sustain through. And now Rahu does get a response, but it's a lot of damage coming out from this Messiah. We don't have the revive available just yet, so only able to work with the S1, but there is a lot of healing coming through. We will also have the single heal onto the Rahu as well, with Lilium going pretty low. You've got to remember that, he was hoping for the Rahu assist there to try and get the cheeky kill onto the Lilium, but not quite able to. Does get the stun onto the Rahu as well. And now with Messiah just trying to push down as much damage. He does have a big single target, and obviously the more health you've lost, the more damage it does. And that is super low. Oh my gosh, that may be a game changer with how much he just manages to heal back here, because that really felt like a game of millimeters to take down that Rahu, because if Rahu went down, I think that was probably lights out.
No, well said. There were so many interactions that went on there that could have shaped the future of this game. You saw Watchum go for that fish on that Lilium, trying to get that Rahu proc to go through, but as we've seen time and time again, he didn't win the coin flip, and in turn, he gets the stun. But now with the healing provided with these double healers, you saw with the Kekker game that Rahu can still, 3v4 this. So as long as he keeps healthy, just time up a big S3, get some timely assists, potentially he come through. The problem is Messiah, the damage that this guy puts out, if you leave him alive too long, is a little crazy.
Yeah, especially as he has that revelation as well, so he can really get some big burst moments here. They are going to sustain back up, though. Stacks are building, so it is still in an okay spot. If you're watching, you're not out of it yet, and you'll see. I think next turn Sanya will have the option to resurrect if she wants. Don't know if it's the right move, because you feel like they're probably just going to die instantly because they're right at the bottom of the turn meter. But there is that option for Sanya if she would like to go for it, or could just simply give as much health back over to the Rahu as possible.
I think that is the play, and you do see that come in, get some extra HP on top, but there's that revelation. The skill 3 is well timed again, perfectly in unison. You see the damage come out. Skill 3, show it to me.
Oh, there's the Lighthouse, though. Keeps alive for the time being.
Lighthouse
not,
is
Rahu
there.
not playing bull.
Okay,
but he does have the ult.
Here we go.
he
It's
does
down
have
to
the
the
ult.
S3.
It's the Artisan S3, and that will be Lily going down. That is Lily dropping to the floor, so no more twin trick, no more support. But we do have a lot of single target damage, a big option here for Lilium. What are you going to go for? Are you going to take out the Chiaki? Are you going to try and focus down the Sanya here? You've actually got options, I think, if you're in the side of Dio.
Let's see what Dio opts to rip here between the two characters. He is going for that Rahu. He does survive. The barrier, the shield is still very healthy. Now going to be able to top off. The HP Destroy not going to be doing too much. And honestly, I think Watchum is looking really strong. We got to watch out for the Messiah. But that's
he gets the assist. Oh my gosh, this is now looking pretty grim for Dio. He does still, Messiah can still turn things around. Like it's still, Messiah still has that option. Does a lot of damage. Sometimes the immunities can be really annoying to deal with, especially if you don't have any strip to get rid of them. So he could still potentially try and focus someone here. Obviously Veronica going first.
Yeah, between Veronica not having skills and the fact that, this Messiah needs this turn to land a kill and extend that invincibility, I don't think it's going to be enough. And no, it's not. You see the Lighthouse proccing, this jockey just putting in so much work. I love the Lighthouse jockey play against aggressive comps. You could even almost call this a cleave from Dio, where it's really paying off. He's able to weather the storm. And Rahu actually not missing some assists, but, he didn't need all the luck. He just needed to survive those initial turns.
Yeah, and I think, gosh, if we think back to that moment where Rahu was quite literally sub 1000 HP from going down, like that's what Dio's going to be looking at, saying like it really was just that close. It was super close. But
a game of
now
millimeters, is that how you called it?
Yeah, even with Revive, like it's. I mean, he's not going to. Obviously, there's no need to revive the Holden. He's just going to keep making the Rahu healthier and healthier. And I think, unfortunately, no S3, no S2, just has the S1 to go and does apply vulnerable, but it's not going to be enough at this stage. I think ultimately we should easily be able to take down with a good assist. Don't get an assist, but I think the S1 should be enough to take Messiah down, and it is. And that will now be Veronica versus 3. And unfortunately, I think that means Dio will have to bow out of this quarterfinal with Watchum really coming through. I just don't think Veronica, even though she can be a finisher, it's not going to be enough. And it will be Watchum. So we managed to go one prediction apiece in this second quarterfinal set. And it is Watchum that takes the win. And actually, Messiah was creative, and honestly, I need to say, I do need to be honest. I really felt like Dio was this close to getting it with the really creative picks, but ultimately, when you play into a bruiser comp, if you can't get the finish when it matters, they will just sustain up. They will just grind their way back into the game. And obviously, in that case with Rahu, he only gets stronger as the game goes on, and he was very easily able to kind of get back in once he was brought back from the brink of death. He was very easily to get back in and take control of the game. But that was really exciting nonetheless. I love seeing different strategies coming through, and Dio bringing that different strategy was very cool.
Yeah, that's why I like Dio as a player, even though my prediction was wrong, Scoundrel. We were talking about, the Messiah missing the kill. I've actually seen the Messiah stats. There are things that I was keeping on the down low. So this was not a Duke difference, gear difference. That kind of just came down to watching him also being a very strong and geared player. And honestly, even though the luck was a little bad for Dio, Watchum had some bad luck there. He could have knocked out that Lilium a lot earlier if he won that coin flip on the Rahu. So as we said in the past, this is a, back and forth, these minute plays, these very minimal differences really can go either way. Both players went to the best of 3. I really enjoyed the mix-up we saw, right? Both of these bruiser-centric players had a lot to show between the Heinrich, the Messiahs, the Veronicas. It was really a treat to watch.
Absolutely. I love seeing something slightly different being brought to the table. So, Dio himself just being a great player to bring something slightly different. We were quite happy not to just see Tiamat versus Rahu every single game, and I loved seeing something slightly different around the Lilium and the Messiah this time round. And I think we should be able to in a moment look at some highlights from that game as well, because there were some really cool highlight moments from there as well. I mean, which one really stood out to you, Carl? Which game was your favorite?
Well, man, I think I just got to say game 3 because the Messiah coming out. I know it's a bruiser world right now, but seeing the Messiah almost clutch it out. Cleavers have been saying, it's been a rough time for them. There are some extremely strong cleavers, but I will admit, I think bruisers have the slight edge. And when you want to play that kind of safer lineup, especially in, a high stakes tournament like this, you can't blame them. So I gotta go for the Messiah pick, Xiando.
Yeah, I think I was feeling the same way. I think the Messiah pickup was something slightly different, as well as the the addition of the Lilium. I actually kind of enjoyed seeing Lilium as well, but we are going to take a look at those highlights from this last quarterfinal to see how Watchum found his way through to the semifinals. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with Watchum after what was an incredible quarter-final win. And Watchum, you were really, really impressive. How do you feel after that really exciting game?
Hello, yes. Sorry, I don't understand for the first question.
Oh, how do you feel after the game? I'll do it in French. I'll try and do it in French. I'll try and do it in French. One second.
Yes, thanks.
Comment te sens-tu après le match?
Oh, it's fine because the game is so fun and just a surprise for game 3 because Masia third pick is Wade.
Yeah, wait. So I'm going to ask him how much he practiced. So, combien de temps lui en train pour ce tournoi? I can say again. Combien de temps tu t'es en train pour ce tournoi?
Okay. Good question. I don't prepare my game. Just go with the flow and have as much fun as possible.
Well said. Xander, could you ask him maybe what it was like facing against Dio and maybe even the Lilith?
I need to translate that one. So, c'était comment d'affronter Mio?
Oh, it's Dio. It's a good player. And Dio play control for Enrich and Mio Kazuo. A game is so difficult. I'm just prepare Scream game. I practice White Kecker and Ronnie, and I build Enrich for last hour because Enrich is very good versus Veronica, and Dio love Veronica pick and Lilith.
Yeah, and one last question I'm going to ask who you want to face in the final. I'll try and do it in French. Qui vas-tu rencontrer en finale?
I think. Wait. I think I'm lose versus Rob. I'm not a Finnish player.
Well, we will see. Merci, Watchum. We'll hopefully get to speak to you a little bit later on, and thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, and thank you for the interview, and sorry if my English. I practice my English so difficult for me.
No, it's very good. Thank you.
Very good.
Bye, all.
Right, well, thank you so much, guys. We're going to hand it back over to Lisa before a quick break and we go into those semi-finals.
Thank you so much, Xkondra and Karin. Thank you for a translation. Also, congratulations to Watchem for your win. It's really an exciting game. So before the next match start, I have a reminder for you that Restart invites players to the Global Fest, signing for just 2 days to receive a free SSR Extra Affinity Anime selection. Return players have even more words. All new SS1 RTA season has just started, coming with free Battlefield skin and characteristics skin. Also, don't forget to use the code ETHEREAL0925 to redeem 10 anime prototypes. Alright, that's very exciting games for us, and also this is coming to our comment area and comment time. Also, we're now having some very interesting comments from different platforms. Let's have a look. Alright, the first comment is from YouTube, coming from Sircom, saying Rob the GOAT. Yes, he is actually the GOAT, winning the game. Congratulations to Rob for having such a good performance in the game. And now we're having another comment, and let's go. And now we're having Alban Basti from Twitch saying, I saved all my lettuces. Rahu. Okay, this is a word to Rahu. And also, very nice play, Rahu. And also, I was looking forward to your play in the future games. So that's pretty much all of our comments. And also make sure to remember to leave more comments to us. And you also get the opportunities to be on our live stream. That's pretty much for our quarterfinals. And we have very exciting semifinals for you. Let's have a rest, and I'll see you later.
Welcome back, everybody. We are into the semi-finals of the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1. And to be honest with you, I'm super excited about this first one as well. Bread against... completely mind blank. Bread against...
Ronnie.
Ronnie, yes. Oh my goodness, I completely mind blank. I came back from break and I was like, I know what's going on, and clearly I'm too old and don't know what's going on, and I am getting a bit old now, though, guys.
After that French translation you pulled out of nowhere, you get all the passes today. But Ronnie versus Bread, like you're saying, going to be a banger of a match. I can't wait to see that one. Both sides of the bracket just almost always going the distance. Only one game not going to the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of typical in these Bruiser matchups. I remember that at EWS where sometimes, like, you pull out the counter strategy in the second game, you get the win, and then it comes down to a bit of a dice roll in the last game to see who kind of comes out on top. But Ronnie versus Bread, so that's going to be an interesting one. Ronnie looked pretty good. Bread looked great versus the existing champion. So I'm excited to see which of these guys come out on top and make it to the final. Then, of course, we're going to have Watchum versus Rob, and then Watchum saying that, Rob's going to beat me. There's no way. So, I'm excited to see how that one goes as well. I think that's going to be a really, really cool matchup. But of course, these are best of 3 semi-finals. Still, our best of 5 will be the final itself. Lots of money on the line, 2,500 for the winner, but still cash prizes across the board for being here in the top 8 of the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1. And based on the 2 styles between Ronnie and Bread, anything that you can really separate between the 2 of them, or are they just both just really good Bruiser turn 2 players?
It's so funny because I was casting a tournament with Bread last weekend, and he was singing such high praises for Ronnie and how well he does against the Bruiser lineup. But the funny thing is, that's where I think Bread shines the most, as you saw against Kekker. So between the 2, I'm very, very uncertain who actually can navigate that Bruiser lineup. If I had to guess, I think I might give the slight edge to Bread just because of his Season 0 accolades. He's kind of the OG in terms of the Bruisers, but Ronnie was looking so good today.
Yeah, he really was. He was just looking fantastic. And I think, like you said, Bread, very adaptable as well, though. And I think realistically probably had the highest bar to get over with Kekker. Like, there's obviously always going to be someone that's going to be really difficult to deal with. But we are in, and it's going to be the Lilith ban, and it will be the Lilium ban with the Fushu first pick.
We've seen Lilith banned so often, as both Bread busted it out and Dio was known for it. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it from him, only getting open on the last game. But yeah, the Lilium has been a threat. Kind of mixed results, especially when fighting units like the Holden, like the Rahus. But when she gets going, man, you see that she can take over the match on her own. Tiamat plus Holden is coming out for the side of Bread. He loves these characters and opting to take them instead of like healers, where he sometimes will come over the top and just do big damage and have those artisans as sort of his sustain.
So we're going to see the Plume and the Rahu in the protected spot here, the Holden, and then the Tiamat locked in for Bread already. It'll be interesting. We don't see many Lilies in the protected spot, but it'll be Lily that goes into the protected spot here with the Veronica pickup as well.
Yeah, I think that Lily enabling the Tiamat, as we saw, is so strong. But even with the Holden, it's very good too. In fact, the only Bruiser I would say where it's not feeling super amazing is when she's paired with like the Rahu. Now we saw the Heinrich, Ronnie busting it out. A lot of these Bruiser players have that Heinrich, and this time it's on the Dark Moon. It's not locked in just yet, but he is hovering it. We saw it can be super effective in these Bruiser versus Bruiser games.
It absolutely can be. And we'll see the Mio getting locked in. So Mio has been popping up here and there in this tournament thus far. It'll be followed up by the Ling Luo as the final option. Heinrich as well getting locked in. So Heinrich becoming more popular as the day's gone on. More people are started picking up Heinrich as the day has progressed. Maybe a pick that people didn't want to bust out straight away, but I want to keep it in there. It'll be the Ling Luo banned almost immediately, I believe, on the side of Ronnie. So now we're waiting for the final ban to come through. He's thinking about it. I mean, there are options on the table. There's the Mio. It'll be the Plume that goes away, though. Kind of expected. Plume is a bit of a powerhouse right now.
It is expected, but now you're fighting a Heinrich, now you're fighting a Mio, and your cleanser was taken out of the picture in the form of Ling Lo. So he's gonna have to watch out for both, the Heinrich debuffs and the Mio freezes the wounds. We do have Ambers from the Tiamat, so Bread could be in trouble.
So we'll see the speed buff coming through here onto, and the Holden coming up. He will not bother using the Dispel just for the time being.
Yeah, goes for the S2. I think it caught it, definitely the turn meter. I'm sure the skill reset most likely happened as well. Resist not a popular stat for units like Mio, so that cut in from that Lily was very important for Bread to happen. I wonder if that was calculated with his ban on the Plume, because if you have that Heinrich going with that Mio, it's really scary if you predict your opponent's going to ban your cleanser.
Heinrich comes through, but the return damage comes through as well. And that's the Mio taken down immediately before Fushu even gets a chance to go. The Mio is off the board, and that is just one character down straight away. So big hits already.
And I love this style from Brett. He takes premier DPS in the start of his drafts, maybe just going for one or two, or just one healer really, with sometimes a side of Veronica, but you see he just pushes the damage with that Lily and really punishes his opponent, where if you have some healing, it doesn't matter if you can't sustain early enough. He locks in those kills via that Holden, via that Tiamat, and there's that Chaku prediction, Excoundrel.
Absolutely, and there'll be the S3 that comes through, so strips away some of those buffs. Chaku predicting Bread at 65%. I need to know how Chaku decides these percentages.
I think he might have cheated a bit here. That came in after the unit already died for Ronnie. So, Chaku, I think that I need that prediction earlier, but no, that's just a joke. The prediction there, I think a lot of us were saying Bread is just looking to be favored, right, Scoundrel? I think both of us would give the slight edge to him, just like we gave the slight edge to Kecker. But, Ronnie, just like Bread defeated the previous champion, you can't count any of these guys out.
Absolutely not. And I think, I agree with you. I think, people kind of expecting that is an Amber that does get popped onto the Tiamat there. So taken down pretty low, but not out of the game completely. Still, still does have the right. We've seen plenty of
Scoundrel. You see, I think that was a wound from the skill 2 on the Heinrich. We were kind of talking, we were joking about the Chaku, but I think he lined up that play. Now taking some heavy damage, getting a little sustain from the Fusho, healing, but that Tiamat is going to get taken out potentially. I think when in this form, does he need to dedicate an S1 or the damage here? I don't think goes in effect while she's in the frozen form. Oh, it does. Okay. So he's opting to just get some chip damage, gets the Rahu assist, the double dip action, and the damage here from that Tiamat is what lands the kill. But what I was trying to say is the wound application. If you land that final hit on the Tiamat while the wound is present, the Amber does not cleanse it, and she's a sitting duck.
Yeah, that was really well played as well. So Rahu now chipping away. I think that should be pretty close to taking down the Lily, because obviously Heinrich now going to go. So he should be able to. That is going to be the Amber. The Amber does proc this time round though, so we'll bring the HP back, but at least got that procced. So that is gone for the time being. And now going to start to put some pressure on Rahu, being very helpful in this game. So we've got helpful Rahu this time round.
Rahu is awake. We might have spoke a little bit too early, and we're just like half joking, but Ronnie is definitely not out of it just yet. Landing that kill beautifully on that Tiamat, now getting the second life away from the Lily. If the Rahu continues to actually do his job, Ronnie could take this one.
I love how we were just hard flaming Rahu all the time and just like, come on guys, do your job, bud, do your job. You
I
get
think
this
everyone
done.
is at this point.
Oh dear. And yeah, we got to keep an eye on Heinrich though. He's on pretty low HP for the time being. So we'll see how it goes, and that'll be the Lily that gets taken down. Pretty low, but that will be the Heinrich that now gets dropped to the floor. So it is going to be 2 versus 4, but 2 versus 3. But we can't count it out, because at the end of the day, Rahu is going to start to stack up towards the late game. He still does have the support of the Fushu, so it's not 100% of a sealed deal, even if the numbers may be in favor. We do have a big artisan buffed up S3 here, and we are going to get it. Let's see how much damage it does.
Not bad. Behind that Veronica S2, though, a lot of it was kind of negated, and that was a well play from Bread. Now the S3 from Holden is coming out hot. S3 action. We get some Bramble counters, a little bit of debuffs, but the Fusho really keeping him healthy.
He is, and it's going to be difficult because it's not exactly like Holden is a big damage dealer. And obviously, you have said on a few occasions, the Veronica can get a bit of damage done towards the end. So it's not like we're completely out of it. We do have the S2 that's going to knock Rahu all the way back, and he does take a decent chunk of damage from that. Not opting to steal any buffs because there's not really anything to steal at this point in time. Maybe waiting for, I guess they're waiting for the S3 potentially.
Could be a kill right there, and
he's just dead. He's just dead.
Just the speed cycling on that Lily with the dual twin trick assist was enough to lock him out.
Gosh, that went by really quickly. I was not expecting him to get bopped so easily, but even with the really cool play around the wound there, not enough, and Bread will come away with the first win of this semi-final. And yeah, I'm thinking Bread's doing pretty well here. He's obviously coming in. He's coming in as a bit of a favorite, having beaten Kecker, and obviously then dealing with Ronnie there in a pretty convincing fashion, even with a little bit of back and forth between the two of them. But we're going to go into the second game now. So think of any adjustments. If you were Ronnie, what would you be thinking about adjusting going into this second match?
That's the crazy part. I felt like Ronnie's draft was, honestly, just from a bruiser standpoint, it was solid. The problem is Bread just has this unique style where he picks some very premier DPS, and even though other players have kind of tried to replicate that, he just does such a good job with his hold-in, with his Tiamat, and getting early value, and just having that Veronica kind of be his pseudo healer. So honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe just try to steal one of those on the side of Ronnie, but Bread is looking real dominant.
He is, and we are going to be heading into this second game in the semi-final relatively quickly. I will say we haven't had many slogfest bruiser matches so far. Like, we haven't had many matches that have really gone all the way to the very end of the arena timer. So I guess we could be somewhat blessed by the not the sort of the 15-minute bruiser matches that we sometimes got during the EWS Invitational. But it has been pretty quick for the most part for what you consider turn 2 versus turn 2s. Both teams have been getting through pretty quickly.
Yeah, it definitely helps when Rahu actually, is not asleep. And that's the last jab I will give Rahu for this entire tournament. As Xiangdo said, we were flaying him so much. This character is really good. And honestly, I think he's one of the best bruisers. It's just, the RNG aspect. But he's right. I think we've seen a lot of quicker matches where in the past, you see a lot of, lots of healers, sometimes 3 healers plus a Veronica. We saw, sometimes it's like 3 healers, a crowd control unit. But no, when these bruiser players come out, especially in the style of Bread, Ronnie, it's not a long, slog. You see some very nice plays by both players that are very intricate. The beautiful play with the wound, even though it wasn't enough, I really liked what Ronnie was cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ronnie was looking pretty strong, and I think even though he didn't get it through, he really felt it could have gone either way again, and he did have a good play to take out that Tiamat. It will be actually Ronnie locking in the Tiamat and the Rahu, with the Tiamat in the protected slot this time round, with Holden the Plume, and we're going to see, is that a Sanya going into the protected slot? It will be the Lily that gets locked into the protected slot here. It will be the Lily, and it will be the Veronica that gets locked in here. So no actual sustain at the moment, but obviously plenty open. Now you could see, it could be wild, but I don't think you will, but you could see Sanya and Ling Luo just take it away straight away here for Ronnie, and then you leave Bread with practically nothing, maybe apart from Chiaki that could go towards. That is the Sanya. There's
still a lot of plays on the side of Bread that are available. You have that, you're really highlighting well the fact that healers could be an issue for him. But as I said, Bread doesn't mind the healers getting taken away when he has big damage. The problem is, though, he doesn't have the Tiamat, and now he has to deal with the Kazuyo while not having a direct cleanse. This could be in a tricky spot for Bread. I really like what Ronnie's busting out in terms of the draft. So on the 5th pick spot here, he's going to have to decide, do I ban Kazuyo? Do I need to bring a cleanser? Do I want a second activator for Lily in case Holden gets banned? I'm really curious to see what he's going to bust out. Oh, okay, no, actually, the Kazuyo didn't get locked in. Wait, Ronnie locks this in. This is one of the things that I was saying Bread has options for, Scoundrel. When you said, the healers might get stolen away, Bread, and we haven't seen a lot of DPS Viper on the Golden Lion. He is a threat, and I think he could have been a nice lineup, so Ronnie could have had a huge IQ play stealing that.
Oh, yeah, very interesting. The Viper goes, and then we're going to see the Kaz taken down, as well as I think that was the Fushu. So the Fushu has gone, but it is still, you've got the Tiamat, the Viper. Yeah, I am saying Viper. Earlier I was confusing between Fangas and Viper. Now I was second guessing myself as to whether I was saying the right thing again. But
that's so funny,
it is going to be.
You would have had it on point, Scoundrel. That was just kind of some pre-game talk we were talking about. But the Viper is coming through, and you see the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion got buffed, I believe, somewhere between Season 0 and Season 1. And Bread, alongside some other top-ranked players, were really innovating this style of DPS Viper to combat things like Lillian. But you even see here that Ronnie's utilizing it in a way where maybe he was trying to steal it away, not give Bread extra options to enable that Lily. And now the problem is, though, Bread still has the Holden kind of as an activator, and if Plume lives even a little bit long, the Quill stacks plus the Veronica S2 shields might be enough for his Holden to take over. One issue I see, X, is that we don't have a cleanse, so Viper gets some nice debuffs between the S3 attack break speed down. Maybe there's a world where Ronnie just outlives him. The Viper, also has some damage reduction, crit damage reduction for his team. So if he can land an early kill on the Plume, I think this match could go either way.
We're just going to slowly watch and see what happens here. They are actually going after the, trying to knock the Viper down a little bit here. The Plume does get counter-attacked, double counter-attacked by the Plume. That's the risk of the AoE into a heavy Bramble team. And she'll take a couple of hits for her troubles. We do have the Dispel coming through, so it's going to be the Holden S3. And it will do a chunk of damage here, but will also receive Yeah, we'll also receive another counter attack. We do have a decent amount of healing still left in the tank, though, and that will be a helpful Rahu, but it is obviously going into the shield for the time being. Here comes the Tiamat finally transformed. We'll start to see what kind of damage she can do as Plume gets taken down and also gets a counter attack on her, but also a Rahu. You can just see it's going all over the place right now. Another S2 comes out from the Veronica for the time being to try and get a team back into a sensible spot, as they are now trying to focus down the Rahu as he gets taken down very low here and will get dropped.
Yeah, X, one interesting thing here is the fact that, you saw Rahu awake and actually getting a lot of activations. The problem is he's fighting a Plume, and that early defense break really cuts out a lot of his damage. So now Ronnie's on the back foot, losing a unit, and the Viper, even though he's kind of healthy, that might be too much to overcome. We'll have to see.
Keep eyes on this. One of them is Viper's ult comes through.
Not bad damage.
Takes a lot of damage. We are dropping that plume pretty. We are dropping that plume pretty low for the time being.
He needs to secure this kill, but look at the cycling. That's the power of the Lily, and that's the power that Bread has when he drops the healers and just has Veronica as kind of his sustain. He relies on the Bloodbath, and he gets the early tempo, which is, you always see for these Bruiser players that you want to have some kind of healer on the field. But Bread's been making it work. The problem is Viper does get some out of activation S3s, the speed down, the attack breaks. If he can let these stick for a while and sustain with the Sanya, Ronnie could be taking the advantage here very quickly.
It starts to buff things. We're just going to try and make the Tiamat as healthy as possible here. Will we potentially go? I mean, there's not much buff to steal at this point, but there's no point really using the S1 in this situation unless you were looking for a kill from the well, no, there isn't. There's no Rahu. It's the wrong team.
I think he's lining up the Soul War just in case. However, he did lap the Tiamat, so it's going to get knocked out of there, Scoundrel, which means we could see a dead Plume right here, ripped from this S1 Tiamat.
Yeah, that is going to be the case. We'll get responded to with the Revenge from Holden, and we are going to have the S1 onto the Sanya here as well. She'll get put to the front of the queue with the virtue of the Gigabyte. We'll just start stacking the healing up back onto the Sanya. We will see an Artisan onto Holden. We'll see who we want to knock back. Who are we going to knock back here? It will be the Sanya. So I wonder if she didn't. Don't think the turn meter got knocked back there. We'll have to see whether that affected the skill.
She might be getting taken out. That defense break and that Lily assist gets her out of the picture. That is huge for Bread. And look at the shields. Even though it's deceptive, he has no healer, but the shield's keeping him alive via the Veronica, via the Artisan shell props.
There's going to be Tiamat. I don't think, unfortunately, with all the shields there and the range damage coming out from Holden, he is probably going to be taking the win here as the S3 comes through. Does get the Amber proc, but I think at this point, not looking too great if you're on the side of Ronnie.
Yeah, you just have so much tempo on the side of Bread, the speed up the Lily. You just have so much cycling. And even though Ronnie had some nice plays, once again, reminiscent of game one, it's looking too much to handle. The Bread style, where you just go for a lot of early tempo, is really paying off for him.
And that's going to be just waiting for the Tiamat to drop out of her, or even just try and take it down as quickly as possible. Going to steal away nothing, but just get the Soul Ward applied.
Yeah, I like that safe play just in case the damage is unexpected. As you see there, it was in the realm of not killing. We could have applied an S2 Berry, but I like that just to make things, Bread is not allowing any room for error right now.
And as you shouldn't be, like just making sure that you're taking it down as safely as you can, and will finally get the win with the S1 from the Lily. And that was I mean, that was impressive from Bread, and we were expecting it. He was coming in as a favorite into this game, but just absolutely blasted through that semi-final into Ronnie. And I think, yeah, it's difficult to say whether it was purely one in draft, but just some really good decision-making in game, especially playing heavily around that Holden. Just, I think, made great use of that across his matches.
Yeah, Holden we saw banned out early on in the tournament. However, Bread is one of the best at utilizing this character. And I just want to give Ronnie props once again, even though he lost. Like, it was never a clean sweep. And so Ronnie he's always in there making plays. Bread just has this unique style of bruiser where I think the players are having trouble dealing with.
No, agreed. And like I said, Ronnie's still in a situation where he's one of the best players in the world, being at this tournament where he is. Got all the way to the semi-finals. Bread just, as you said, like you beat out the current reigning champion, you're going to be pretty good at these bruiser turn 2 plays. does come in again and just showcases exactly why he's got it. And even when he's forced off like the bruisers themselves, has an answer to how he wants to deal with those types of plays. Now we do have the highlights from that match ready, so we're going to jump into them and see how Bread has booked his way into the final. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Bread after his semi-final win, and it was a dominant semi-final win. Bread, you're in the final. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling great. I wasn't expecting to be here at all. I was expecting a super tight fight against Kekker. Had no idea if I was gonna win. And Ronnie, it's always a toss-up for me if I win or lose on the ladder. We are very back and forth as well. He's a very good player. So I just decided to lock in, do my best, and it worked out.
Yeah, you played excellently, Car. I know you had some questions about kind of how he approached the games.
Yeah, Bread, just kind of go through. He was ready. Bread is feeling the adrenaline. He's playing so dang well right now. But Bread, just take us through kind of the slight edge in terms of the drafting that you took Ronnie by surprise with.
Yeah, okay. So for the first game, I saw him open Fushu. That's a very classic I've started seeing from some Bruiser players right now, because Plume is bad into Fushu. That is one of the few counters she has in the game right now. And for that, I decided to just, okay, we're just playing Bruisers. We're doing damage. We're just going to go for the full damage draft. Let him make sure. I'm like, okay, he's going to take the Plume here. I'm just going to play as if I'm always going to ban Plume. So the whole draft was made with thought that I'm banning Plume. So I just make, okay, it doesn't matter what he picks here with what I currently have. I'm banning Plume and I'm being okay. And it worked out.
Beautifully done. I was saying the draft that you do, the other Bruisers are having trouble dealing with it. And it sounds like you had all your game plan in action and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and then for the second one, I think that it's another good 1-2 you can do against Fushu is Holden plus Plume. There are some answers to it, but I don't think Ronnie has played that matchup enough because I'm the only person that really does that right now. So I just took advantage of his inexperience there a bit, because when they do lock the double bruiser, as he did, I just go Lily Veronica, which is very high impact. Obviously, Veronica does surprising amounts of damage and helps with that survivability. And then you're just like, wait, do I need a healer? Not really. Let's just do some more damage.
Yeah, even I was surprised that, I thought, oh, that, when you especially in the first game, when you lost the Tiamat to the wound Amber play, I thought, oh god, that might be a rough spot to be in. But I mean, you did really well, and you got the 2-0 win, and you're now into the final. Who do you think you'd rather face? Would you rather face Rob or Watchum?
I'd rather face Watchum. I'm not gonna lie. Rob is an extremely scary player. I have won against him before. Like, our recent matches on the ladder have gone in my favor. But I know that he's been doing some testing with Ronnie, and Rob is always very good. So we will see.
So you're hoping for Watchum to get the victory. Watchum was not super confident in his interview that he would be able to beat Rob, but we'll see how he manages. Brad, thank you so much, dude. You're in the final. We will see you very shortly. Good luck.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. See you.
There we go. So it is going to be the final four. Bread, he did just obviously beat out Ronnie here in a pretty convincing semi-final 2-0, but Ronnie still played an excellent tournament thus far. And that does mean now we're heading towards that second semi-final. Watchum versus Rob. Everybody kind of touting Rob as the player to beat at this point. Everyone is scared of Rob, Carl.
X, that was what I was about to say. That was the one player that I just haven't really got to meet personally, either through the tournaments that we sometimes cast and host, but he is the player that everyone's talking about. Even Bread, the guy that took out Kecker, is saying, you know, Rob has been practicing, he's been in the lab, and he's a little afraid. Watchum was saying, I got no chance. So I really got lots of expectations for Rob to come out big.
Hey, I'm excited for this one. I think, you know, Rob's got to show us what he's made of. He's obviously been given a bit of the scary kind of premier player to beat at this point for everybody in the tournament. So really excited to see how Rob stacks up in this match. But then Watchum, he was a top 8 at the EWS Invitational. He's a great player, making it back to this point as well, back to back. Like Kecker, just shows the consistency and the ability to play at the highest level for a long time. And Watchum is a surprising player, like absolutely could bring it out when he needs to. And as we know, just takes one bad draft, one bad moment in that sort of even, hey, a little bit of RNG, go your way with the Rahus. You know, at the end of the day, things can swing very easily. So yeah, I'm really excited about this. And I think obviously both of them coming in with very strong bruiser lineups. We are going to see the picks and bands starting up here. It will be the Heinrich band and it'll be the Lilium band. We're straight into a Tiamat Fushu and we have a Plume.
Yeah, and I love what Bread was saying about the, you know, what these bruiser players kind of expect in terms of what you steal and what you can kind of counterplay your opponent with. As a lot of people have kind of thought maybe the bruiser lineups are figured out. You just draft some defense scalers, some HP scalers like Tiamat, and you just face roll your way to victory. But there's a lot to it in terms of the draft and when your opponents are trying to steal the same type of units, as a lot of these players do fall back onto the bruiser lineup. That's where those differences are going to make or break your tournament success.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, Watchum has got the Holden and the Rahu locked in now. We're going to see the Mizuki and we'll also see the Sanya locked in. So Mizuki and Sanya get slotted in. So we have at least like a solid alternative damage threat to Tiamat. We have a double sustain coming through. Ling Luo will get picked up by Watchum immediately and now looking for his final pick. Veronica's still on the table, I think. That hasn't been banned or taken away thus far, but it will be Chiaki that gets dropped and it'll be Lily. So no Veronica in this game whatsoever.
One thing with this Chiaki, and we saw it actually pay off really well against things like Messiah, but if you look at Lighthouse and if it doesn't get targeted, it's kind of not as good as we saw how good Gigabyte. Look at that Sonya, the Gigabyte, especially when you have 4 opponents, it just cycles so much for you. So that could be a little bit of a negative factor where he picks a unit that maybe is kind of well-rounded to fight aggressive comps. But here, if it goes the distance, he might lose out on that turn meter push. But Rob's draft is just looking so solid. Actually having the Tiamat make it through with double of the best healers and the Mizuki so that it doesn't, you know, she doesn't have to fight her hardest counter.
We are jumping into the first game of this semi-final here, Car, and I'm excited to see how it goes. Rob with a lot of expectations on his head, but it will be Watchum that has the Tiamat draft with the Sanya and the Mizuki. Let's see exactly how he manages to pilot this. He's obviously going to be able to just drop an ultimate to boost some HP. Not expecting to need the revive that soon. He's going to drop that onto the Tiamat to make her a little bit tanky, a little bit harder to take down, and obviously give her more potential when she does transform to stay in that transformation as long as possible. We'll see just some early back and forth. This is kind of what you expect in Bruiser versus Bruiser matchups. Just a little bit of early back and forth, trying to focus down the target that they really care about, and that is Rahu getting a couple of big assists here, Car, to start things off, and that's a low Mizuki to begin with.
One other thing, Sandro, is you see the Holden opt to pick Mizuki as the counter, or sorry, as the S2 target. That way she can't get that defense up. Probably just your best target to go for, as the other 3, not too impactful or might have some effect resist. However, both units getting low. You see on the other side for Watchum, look at that Holden's health. Mizuki Holden a little bit lower. I would say, though, when you have a Tiamat backed up by Sanya Fusho, a lot of times, if you don't have her hard counters, like that Mizuki on the other end of the field, it's a lot to overcome.
Trying to go for the Ling Luo here. That wasn't really, they did take down Holden pretty low here. Now Holden can go for the S3. Not going to go for it though, just trying to get a bit of help onto the Fushu with the Rahu here, and he will do. Rahu's been pretty helpful so far. It's been, you're pretty happy if you're Rob this time around. The Rahu has been pretty strong, and you're going to get a nice buff extension from the Ling Luo here. So everybody back to looking pretty healthy.
He's doing his job, but the problem is when he doesn't do his job at those pivotal moments, right? Right here where they're throwing out chip damage back and forth. They both have access to healers. Not the biggest impact, but it comes down to the wire. And here we go. T-Mat is activated. And this is the scary part about how she... Oh my God, she gets the hold. I wasn't expecting that.
He just disappeared. Holden just disappeared. Watchum gets the first blood in this matchup, and there's no revive. So that is your Holden gone. You've now got to be really putting pressure onto the Rahu, but this is not exactly like a Rahu versus a squishy lineup. This is a Rahu versus a double sustain, heavy shields from the Fushu. You've got the Mizuki and the Tiamat as well. I mean, this is not a great position to be in if you are Rob.
Watch him, right? Because the Tiamat, I believe, unless the things are flipped, I think the team is on the side of the Rob.
You're right. Yeah, no.
Regardless, you were on point. I think the problem that Watchum is going to have here is this Tia, even though she doesn't take a lot of damage from the Rahu S1, like you were saying, she does so much damage. I don't know what Rob. This has to be a 5 out of 5 Tiamat, fully duped with maybe like double crit damage at minimum. And the problem is behind this, the super supports that Rob has on his side, the Rahu's going to need multiple activations, multiple assists to even have a chance at killing her.
Yeah, I think it's looking pretty grim for Rob. Sorry for watching him at this stage with the loss of the Holden already. Like you said, I think this Tiamat's probably in a pretty strong spot, as well as having very high dupes, as you mentioned. Let's see how much damage it does this time around. That is a big crit on Lingwei. I mean, you've got to remember these guys are built, the healers generally built tanky, so even though it doesn't look like a lot of damage, it really is.
I'm just so impressed with how much damage he's pumping out and how little damage he's taken from the Rahu, even with that defense break. So the Tiamat really just the linchpin and holding this all together. Beautiful play there from Rob, also having that must ban from Watchum so that he gets the Tia through, he gets the Mizuki through, and has the 2 best healers to back. Like, if you have this draft kind of come through, most likely you are very favored to win.
Yeah, and that will be another hit from the Tiamat. A lot of damage starting to pump through here. Will transform back, but his team is so healthy. Not really in any way, shape, or form in any kind of danger at this point in time. And I mean, there are 7 Wrath stacks on the Rahu. It's like, you know, it's okay, but he's not going to start one-shotting anybody anytime soon. So he's got a couple of Wrath stacks there, but he's not exactly in a super strong spot.
He's locked and loaded, but I don't know if there's a kill target in sight. The crazy thing with Tiamat, Alexandra, that we've seen in this tournament is that, you know, you see a lot of very damage coming out because a lot of times the players will put a lot of damage on her and her damage scales off her current HP. So if you do get her lower, right, the damage is not as impressive. The problem is we have 2 of the strongest healers, so this Tia is always full power, and knowing Rob's gear, how everybody respects him, you got to imagine this character is crazy.
Yeah, you got to imagine this guy is absolutely maxed. And keeping his Tiamat topped up super nicely as well. He's almost halfway back to transforming as well, so he's in a really strong spot. And once he gets the next transform, you can't help but feel like he's going to find another way to pick off another member of the Watchum lineup. Watchum just doing his best to sustain up, hoping that Rahu can get to a point where he's going to be a scary guy. But I think ultimately he's going to have a tough time burning through anybody on this side, even with the artisan buffed ultimate. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, the damage is not that impressive behind the Fusho, and you see Rob is in such a strong position that he's just stacking up those Sonya S3s, getting everybody more HP for his team, and that way Watchum is just always going to be out of kill range. Maybe there's a chance Watchum hangs in there and the Ethereum effect kicks in so much that the healing is negligible. The problem is he's going to have to deal with another phase of full activated Tiamat in Dragon form very soon.
And that's going to be tough to get through. I mean, obviously, as we go further and further on, the damage is going to ramp up, the healing's going to get worse. And so even if he's sustaining now, you just can't help but feel as the game progresses, it's really just an inevitability at this point. Going to pump up the HP even more now, this time onto the Fushu. And
his
make
5 total
tankier.
S3 stacks from that Sonya, 2 on the Tia, 2 on that Sonya, and then 1 on that Fusho. There's the damage coming out, Scoundrel. This is where, if Watchum can't hang on, you know, you have a timely S3, big healing, and the origami stacks. We got a full freight train called Tiamat rolling on through.
Fushu Ultimate is going to come through again. Oh, goodness. No strip as well, so you're going to have to deal with these buffs because your Holden's down, so there's no way you're going to get rid of these stacking buffs coming through either. And that's going to make it even more difficult for you to get through with the damage, the very limited damage that you currently have anyway. 12 wrath stacks built up, but like you said, I just really don't see there being an easy target to take out here. And even if you do, you still got to deal with that Tiamat. Although I will say, Tiamat without the Lily, not quite as big of a damage powerhouse as we've seen in some of the other matchups in terms of getting the consistent damage out and out again. But for the time being, still very scary. Here comes another hit. That's a big crit, really big damage onto the Rahu this time round. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, even though this is not a bread style of giga damage behind the Lily, every time that Tia takes a turn, that's half health for Wachum's entire team. And if he can't hang on here, you know, he's already in a bad position. His only outs are kind of just surviving one more phase and hoping the Rahu with his, you know, max wrath stacks can line up a kill. Look at that punch from the Mizuki alone. Oh my god.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously, the further and further we go into the game, the more and more the damage is going to become that impactful. We've got another AoE hit coming through here. Is it going to crit? Oh my god! He one-shot the Rahu. That was huge. And as soon as Rahu went down, Wachum realized there was no way back, and he will bow out of the first game of this semi-final. Tiamat, very scary pick. Maybe we don't let Rob have Tiamat. That was very scary.
Yeah, sometimes Tia is the pre-ban of choice from these bruiser players, but you just see why Rob is so feared by these elite top 8 RTA grinders. I don't know how he navigated that draft where he lined up the 2 best healers, a Tiamat, and, you know, the Mizuki was still in play. But, you know, well played there and by Rob. And I think Wachum is going to have to pull something out crazy, a Hail Mary.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, Wachum, still a great player, you know, like I said, able to get to top 8 consistently across 2 tournaments is a big deal. But obviously, everybody that we've asked in this tournament thus far has kind of said, I don't want to play Rob. And it's looking like we're getting an indication why. Rob was also one of the only quarterfinals, well, at the time, one of the only quarterfinals to 2-0 when we first got to him. So, you know, we are now heading into a semi-final where he could be doing the same thing. He could clean sweep his way to the final with just one more victory. So we are going to jump into that as soon as we can. But yeah, Wachum's going to have to do something slightly different. Going to have to bring a slightly different tactic to the table here to beat his opponent. Obviously had a bit of an interesting matchup versus Dio. So obviously there was some wild picks being thrown there, left, right, and center. We'll have to see if Wachum willing to do something similar and maybe put Rob on the back foot a little bit. But ultimately, Rob really coming into this is as likely the favorite.
Yeah, I think this is, you may not see exactly the spice of life that we saw in that previous matchup against Dio, because Rob just seems like a more foundational, typical bruiser style where it's just like an insurmountable wall where Wachum's, you know, maybe cute tricks in terms of like the Heinrich is not going to be enough. But, you know, even though Wachum said in his interview that he's not, you know, he doesn't think he has a chance, I know this player is insanely strong, so he can't count himself out. Maybe just a little bit of a humble nature. I can't wait to see if he can bring this back to a 1-to-1 and then maybe take it all.
I think he is, having met him in person, he is very humble. So he's a super nice guy, really humble, kind of just like very unassuming in terms of, you know, where sort of the effort that he puts in and how he gets to where he got to playing the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think ultimately he's not going to sell himself big because he never has done, but he is just a great player. But obviously he was also wasn't confident in his matchup versus Rob. The draft, as we've been talking, the draft has already gone through super quick this time round. It is going to be Wachum with kind of a similar draft, but this time he picks up the Veronica, the Fushu, and actually gets the Mizuki on his side, going into a Plume, a Linglua, a Holden, a Lily, and a Tiamat. So that will be seeing what gets banned. It does look like it was the ban on the Fushu. So let's see where we go with the ban on the other side.
That Plume, get her out of here. She just does too much work. And it's interesting to see Rob with that Tiamat and how much it carried him in the last game. He opts to leave up the Mizuki, one of her hardest counters, because she will counter every time she AoEs, apply those wounds. However, he had the Ling on the ban protect spot, so maybe he's less afraid of things like that happening. Where outside of that, you know, he can still have the same game plan now with the Holden activated and having all that utility he brings to the table.
They are going in onto Rahu as soon as possible here. We have the Gigabyte procced, which means we'll eventually get those start getting those stacks. He puts it onto the Veronica, so trying to stack up the Veronica here with the HP, and she will now do quite a bit of damage. I mean, it is as you say, she's unassuming in terms of the damage that she does. She can be pretty scary to deal with.
Yeah, and so Rob in kind answers that team at S2, sort of negating it. You have now the Mizuki defense up, a little bit of strip action going on into the field. But we talked about this last time, Scout. You're saying there's no Lily last time for Rob, but now he has it. So if he gets the combo going, we saw how much damage Rob's Tiamat can do. And if it's backed up by a twin trick Lily later down the line, it is on the Holden right now, but that could be really scary later on in the game.
So Holden now opting to use the S3 once there's a little bit actually to take away from the enemy team. So we'll strip away those buffs for the time being. We will now have the opportunity to, go for the big AoE heal on the Ling Luo just to get back up to a healthy spot. Whale Prayer starting to stack up as well. And bit of an unassuming start, but it won't be much for Rob to write home about until he gets the transformation. We'll get another S3 coming out of Veronica here. Well, actually, sorry, the first S3 because she did an S2 the first time round. And both teams looking very healthy to begin with. We will get a reset onto Holden's S3, or at least close to a reset. I don't know if it fully resets Holden's S3. I think it does. No, one turn away. So yeah, you take away 3 turns. So almost resetting Holden's S3, but he does have the S2 to try and knock him back. But with the immunity, you won't see him be pushed back to the back of the queue.
Yeah, well said. And we're still just going through the early motions of this game. However, when Rob starts getting activated on this Tiamat and potentially swapping over that twin trick. Now, a twin trick on Holden is still very good. Like Alexandra was saying, we can reset his skill 3. The utility that he brings to the table between the S2, the S3, the damage, let alone, the debuffs, the skill pushbacks and all that. The problem that I see for Watchum is, even though you have Veronica, even though you have Sonya, I'm afraid of the damage that this Tiamat can pump out. And here we go. Show me the damage. We do have a defense broken Mizuki. Can we get some counters going with some wound action? Ling is present, so he's looking pretty comfortable.
A lot of shields to have to try and break through here, but as we mentioned, we can twin trick up the Tiamat now, and it becomes a little bit more. Yeah, we are going to twin trick up the Tiamat now here, so this is where the damage will start to pump through. Now, Ling Luo taken pretty low, so she is kind of in a potential kill territory. Difficult to say because Ling Luo is traditionally quite tanky, but she will have her action advanced here, so should be able to heal herself back up and won't be in any major issues. The Whale Prayers getting a load of healing at the start of her turn as well. Holden now able to go for a Dispel, potentially a defense break, and that might now make Tiamat pretty scary over the next couple of turns here.
Yeah, we talked about the utility from this character. Holden just so good. Veronica, no skills available, and I think Excoundra really put it extremely well that the Ling Luo is, as long as she hangs in there and provides support for the Tiamat is just going to run through Watchum's lineup. Now, Ling sometimes isn't as tanky because sometimes you have to build with high ER, but look at this Tiamat back to back. Oh my god, the damage now from the twin trick Lily. Watch him at 1 health on almost all his characters. Artisan keeping him a little bit healthy, but he's struggling to finish the kill on Ling.
Oh, and the support, that is pretty, that was very close here onto Ling Luo. Will be able to heal herself up ever so slightly, but she is getting put closer and closer. We do now have the option to take someone out here. It's going to take the Sanya out, a big S2, and that is going to take away all of the sustain.
Here we
go. Now we have the Tiamat once more, and it's a huge amount of damage, and double as well.
Back to back.
And that is brutal now. Watchum surely has to bow out at this point. Potentially the Rahu can get something done, but I really think at this point with Tiamat now coming back out, taking down the Mizuki, that will be it. And Rob, the guy, he will be going through to our finals in very convincing fashion.
He is that guy, Scoundrel, and you saw the Mizuki. It's a good counter, but when you just have that Ling support, the Tiamat is able to just run free, and even we got that wound, it just get cleansed off, and the damage was too much to handle for Watchum.
God, incredible, Rob. You can see why he is so feared. His team's just outputting an unbelievable level of damage, like looking like a Revelation Tiamat rather than a Bruiser Tiamat here. Just absolutely brutal. And now we will have a crazy Bread versus Rob That Guy final. And that was a quick one. That was a really quick one in the semi-final here. Rob dispatching both of his matchups in a 2-0 fashion in very quick styling. And he will now be going into Bread. And Bread, admittedly, Bread said, hey, no, I did not want to. I did not want to fight Rob. That was going to be really tough, and I can see why. Rob just coming out as one of the best players, and you can really see that in one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, and Brett is a humble guy, so even though he says he's afraid of Rob, you know, Brett is no slouch. My God, I think Brett is still, I don't know. Just me personally, I think Brett is still favored to win it. I just am kind of rooting for it, but Rob looks so dominant. The issue I see between both players is that they kind of have a little bit of a similar play style. You just saw there the Lily plus the Tiamat. I think Brett chooses less healers and relies more on Veronica, but Rob just seems to kind of have all bases covered.
Yeah, Rob's got a huge wealth of options available to him. And to be honest with you, just again, like really impressive stuff. I mean, he's had 2 incredible best of 3s so far. Now heading into the final where he's going to be taking on Bread. We will have some highlights soon available for that match. We can take a look back at how Rob obviously beat his way through that semi-final with ease. And afterwards, we should be able to speak to Rob as well as he's heading towards the final. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Rob, who blitzed his way into the final. And Rob, I just want to start by saying, how does it feel? You're now a Hyperlinker Season 1 Cup finalist, and you got there with ease. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, it feels pretty good, you know. Still a little nervous for the final game, the most important one. But well, definitely happy about how I got here.
Yeah, you look great. And I know me and Carl were just looking at your Tiamat thinking, that feels like a revelation Tiamat. You like, how many Tiamat dupes have you got? Like, I need to know.
Oh yeah, she's 5 out of 5, of course.
Yeah, she looked like a 5 out of 5 Tiamat. She was doing a lot of damage. I know Carl wanted to talk a little bit about that matchup as well, so I'll let Carl ask some questions.
Rob, I got so many questions for you, but I don't want to, you know, we can't have Bread hearing on the other end what you might be cooking. So all I can ask is, how confident are you feeling against Bread, since you're both some of the best bruisers in the business?
About 50%. Honestly, we played quite a bit during the season, and I had him early in the season. The second half, he was having me while I was trying some stuff out. Definitely could go either way.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a really great best of 5 either way. So plenty of time for you guys to look at each other's tactics and try and transition in draft, counter each other. Really excited about it. Obviously, money on the line as well. At the end of the day, the winner gets 2,500. But Rob, we're going to wish you luck. Good luck in the final. We might be speaking to you afterwards, so I hope you have a good time. And either way, do your best. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
We are going to go over to Lisa before we get ready for this grand final. So over to you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Rob. You make it into the finals. So later we will have this finals between Rob and Brad. This is really a match that you are gonna worth watching. And before that, we have a reminder for you that Restart invites players to the Global Fest, signing for just 2 days to receive a free SSR Extra Affinity Animus selection. Return players have even more rewards. All new SS1 RTA season has just started, coming with free Battlefield skin and character skin. Also, don't forget to use the code Etheria0925 to redeem 10 anima prototypes. Alright, that is coming to our finals. And before that, we of course have to look at some of the comments from different platforms. what are those audience gonna say before this audience. So we have first one from the YouTube, and the one is hated said, Brad cooking. That is really hilarious, and this is of course the votings for Brad, and we also really hope that Brad can win this game, but also Rob is also another one who is a really strong competitor. Let's look at the other comment from the different platforms. Yeah, we have this one from Twitch saying from the Stone Threat said, Rahu on strike. All right. So later we will have this finals between Rob and Brad, and this is going to be a very exciting match, and everyone please be back after our short break. So now we're having a very short break, and later we will have our best of 5 very exciting final for you.
Welcome back, everybody. Scoundrel and Carl with you for the final match of the day. It is going to be Bread versus Rob, that guy. Two of the strongest competitors in our top 8 going head to head. It is a best of 5, and we have all the marbles to play for. It is going to be insane. And I think, difficult to call a winner. Really, honestly, very difficult to call a winner. And you heard in the interview that we just had with Rob, he just said, hey, I was beating him in the first half of the season. Second half of the season, he was beating me. We're kind of 50-50. It's a bit of a coin flip to see who's going to come out on top. And both players are now gearing up for it. We have, as you can see, they've worked their way through the bracket so far, Car. Some really impressive wins. Rob 2-0ing both of his matchups. Obviously, Bread going to a 2-1 versus Keka, but that is Keka at the end of the day, one of the best players in the world as well. And we have just one more series until we crown our champion.
Yeah, I think we all expected that either Bread or Kecker were going to be the favorites. Bread obviously taking out the former EW's champion, so he was the one to look at. But Rob, that guy, I was not familiar with his game, and now I have it firmly in my brain that this dude is one of the best. And he even said, both Bread and him said, it's a coin flip, 50-50. Whichever Rahu decides to wake up first could take the whole dang thing.
Which Rahu will be on strike? That's the problem. We need to know which Rahu is going to be on strike and not participating in his assists. But I think also these guys have shown they've got plenty of strategies that they can bring to the table as well. They've got plenty of other options they can throw out there as a counter. We saw Bread bringing some pretty interesting not anti-bruiser counters, but sort of like not Rahu Tiamat based strategies, and they were working out really well in his semi-final. So I think both of these guys have the capacity to kind of pick it up and be adaptable in this final. And with a best of 5, it will be the player that is the most adaptable, that can draft the best, that can react the best. That's the kind of player that's probably going to come out on top here.
Yeah, well said. The major difference is the best of 5 format. So you're going to have a lot of back and forth, hopefully, unless we see somehow a clean sweep, which I don't think will happen with how close these players are in terms of gear and skill. So it's going to be who makes the better adaptations, who surprises the other opponent better in the draft phase. And sometimes it will depend on first or second pick position.
And we have the first and second pick position here with the Fushu for Rob. Immediately the Tiamat and the Holden come through, so we will not be getting the fake revelation Tiamat coming through for Rob this time round, but he will have options to pick up things like the Rahu here. He will have the Plume, of course, as well, and in that protected slot it will be the Lily, so he's going to go for the protected Lily in this situation.
Yeah, I like that play. Bread opting to always take, or not always, but often take the Lily because it is so strong for him. We did see in his interview though, he said a lot of times he'll create his draft so that he can, play in a way that he gets to ban the Plume freely. Let's see if Rob lets him go with that game plan. Because as we've all seen, Plume is just so strong, and with double defense scalers, I find it hard to imagine that Bread can let her through.
It'll be the Mizuki and the Sanya to finish things off here. And then it'll be the Rahu. So we've got Rahu, Tiamat, Holden, and Ling Luo in the protected position. I like the Ling Luo in the protected position because obviously if you're going a little bit more down the bruiser heavy slot, then yeah, that's important, and we're just waiting to see what the final pickup will be. It will be the Doki Doki. So not going to bland the Plume, and it's going to have the Doki Doki open to try and maybe counteract that Plume debuff strip. And yeah, I mean, there is a use case for Doki Doki here if it doesn't get banned.
Let me say, the one way you let Plume through is if your opponent didn't draft any damage because you took all the Premier Bruiser units, and that's exactly what Bread did. So even though you have that Plume, he can there's not a lot of damage or almost no damage on the side of Rob, that guy, unless there's some special builds going on. And so he's in a position where I think he is definitely favored.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, there is always the world whether that 60% increased damage could be somewhat important, but obviously, like you said, no real damage to speak of. A lot of sustain, but no real damage to speak of, and especially because the Tiamat has been left open, and the Rahu, these are bruisers that will start to pump out big damage. The Doki Doki is here as well. It's finally a Doki Doki that really feels like it's probably going to get its money's worth in terms of the impact they can have on this game. Bread looking very strong coming out of this draft. I'm wondering what the game plan was for Rob in that draft phase, like locking in the Lily, and then was he just hoping that the Rahu would still be on the table? Like, where was he hoping to go with that draft, do you think?
It's just one of those scenarios where, like I was saying, the hardest thing between these two guys is that they play very similarly. So it's a game of chicken on what you want to take first. Bread opted to take all the damage dealers, and Rob wanted to take away that Lily, which we've seen both players use to great effect. Unfortunately, though, for Rob, he was left in a scenario where he kind of just had that Mizuki and not much else, because Bread took all the great options. Maybe like a Viper could have came through, but even then, I'm not sure what was left on the table. So I think that was just a beautiful draft from Bread.
Yeah, and Brett has been, really on it with his draft so far. Very, very few mistakes made in that situation. We're going to get. Although he did say, obviously, in the first matchup versus Kecker, he's like, I was actually playing on live a little too much and forgot that we weren't playing on live. But other than that, once he locked into the season 1 meta, he was well back in. Doki Doki's going to pop through again, and again, it's going to make it very difficult to keep those debuffs getting stacked with Doki Doki. She's one of the best debuff cleansers in the game. If you let her go for this long, she will just make it so that your team is just super, super healthy and super, super sort of free from any annoying debuffs.
Yeah, her overdrive, her data stacks, her utility with that codex, she's going to be providing a lot. Now, maybe there's a world where Rob, the damage he can kind of mitigate because he has that plume still, even though it's getting cleansed. Let me see the bread damage come through, and I'll make a more accurate prediction here. Not bad. You do see the Lighthouse, Lily getting very low, so Rob's got to kind of hang on and just, once again, play for that Aetherina effect and go into the late game, because right now he's not going to land any kills with, this full support utility lineup.
No, but he does have a lot of sustain, I suppose, and obviously the plume will potentially have an impact later on into the match. She's just not doing an insignificant amount of damage on the plume. It's not completely insignificant, and that will only continue to stack up the more and more cursed quills that we get. There are 7 at its max on Rahu right now, but I mean, as you can see, they are really focusing down the Lily, and she is starting to take quite a bit of damage now.
Yeah, and Rob is not on Amber, so if Bread can kind of break through this wall a little early, then that's really going to stop Rob's game plan of going the distance, and where you see that, the plume, the quill stack up, and he starts getting that AoE where the point where there's 0 healing, he can actually land some secure kills. The problem is, though, I think Bread may be able to push a finisher onto the Lily because she's not on Amber.
Absolutely. I'm going to see another plume S3 coming through, strip away some of the buffs, but it's, again, like you mentioned, no real major damage to speak of right now. That's another big chunk going across the enemy team. And actually get the assist onto the Fushu this time round. So targeting Fushu, there's the Bramble. Obviously, you have to be a little careful when using Plume. I assume that we're running Bramble on both the... well, we are running Bramble definitely on the Rahu. I assume that we're running Bramble on the Tiamat.
Here we go. We do have our skills saved up. Rahu was getting low, but Ling, Red was wisely just hanging on. It looked a little scary there, but 1S3 almost nullified all that damage that Rob kind of worked to get. So now we're kind of back to a neutral position where, once again, we're going to go through the motions. Let's see the damage. Can we knock out this Lily? Rob's going to have to line up another kill. It looks like Rahu is his choice of target. He is defense broken. He was proccing a lot of Brambles, though, so he's got to watch out for that.
We'll say Rahu getting taken pretty low though from for a team that we didn't think had much damage. Rahu getting taken down. Obviously, those plume stacks do make a bit of a difference. Like that's a 1/15 or what? Every S1 from plume is like a little chunk away. Obviously, he has to deal with the continual sustain from the Ling Luo, but doesn't feel completely insignificant here for Rob, which is interesting to see. We'll see. We're going to get a good S3 out, though, I think, with the Artisan buff here from the Rahu.
Yeah, now the defense break finally gets taken off by that Doki. The damage, not bad, finally coming through. But you saw the power of Plume between the quills and the defense break. The Rahu was not getting a lot. However, Bread, this is what I was worried about for Rob. Look how low his team is. Can he capitalize? No Rahu assist there. Will he be able to sustain in time?
Get another Plume S3. We do have Sanya. I mean, his entire team is going to be able to take a turn before we get any more coming out from Rob, but they are very low, and they're going to try and just heal up with the use of Sanya's S1, but that's it. This is only the S1. They don't have anything else, and that is a very, very low HP bar set to have to deal with. They're going to focus down the Lily as much as possible, hoping that Rahu decides to do something. They will go for buff extend and an AoE heal. But we are back
stack
straight.
2 of the Wrath. There you go. The Rahu is putting in so much work. We have full skills available for Lily, but look how low Rob is, opting to just S1. Getting that Sanya turn meter push to try to get some healing for his team. Maybe gets a cleanse on that Plume defense break, but he's still looking very, very rough. Now you have the Tiamat follow-up. This could be it.
I think that's definitely it, and that is 2 members down, and I think that's Rob's going to have to say, no way that we get through this. And I think you called it right at the start, just, no damage, no real way to threaten Bread's team that time round, and even with the sustain, just not able to get there. And I think ultimately it was kind of a foregone conclusion from the draft at that point. It was just, I think at this point, Rob was trying to find a way in and maybe hoping that he would get a bit of excess damage. And actually, I'll say, for every assist that Rahu missed. He made up for it with the a billion bramble procs that he got in that fight. That was a very, very angry, retaliating Rahu in that match. But Bread takes the first game of this finals, and I think really just an excellent draft from him. Really just locked out any options that I think Rob could have gone for in the second half of the draft. And Rob, as you said, just lacked a little bit of damage when we came to actually get into game.
Yeah, he's going to have to shape up his draft here, maybe showing that, as we've seen with some other players, busting out crazy stuff like Messiah, that he really wants to stick to that typical bruiser lineup, at least from what I've seen so far. Maybe he'll surprise us, but that means he's going to have to stop Bread from just taking all those DPS options, because as we saw, Bread put him in such a precarious situation where he pretty much lost in the draft phase alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like, obviously it'll really depend on who's first pick as well. Like everything will shift around depending on who's first pick, and obviously we'll end up swapping those around. But you know, I think like ultimately he's going to have to just really lock in, maybe go for the Tiamat early, go for the Rahu early, go to make sure he's definitely got some kind of real damage threat. We know how strong his Tiamat is and how well it's built. Maybe a priority pick for him. It will be the Fushu again though for Rob, and I would be very surprised if we didn't just get a Holden Tiamat response from Bread again.
That is exactly what we're going to see. Scoundrel Bread just going through the same thing. Why fix what's not broken? Rob's kind of in the position where he needs to make the adaptations, but it looks like he's going for a similar lineup. The big thing, though, as we talked about, you know, the difference between first and second pick is that he gets to put that Rahu in that ban protection slot. He had the first pick for that ban protection, and now there will not be a draft where he goes through with no damage. The problem I see, X, is that Bread has a Plume in the ban protect spot against a defense scaler, and her defense breaking potential is crazy.
Yes, and Plume cannot get banned away here. I do like the adaptation that Rob made, like obviously realizing, hey, I can't let Rahu go through and like try and lock in a protect on the Lily. But these are the comps here. So we have another Doki Doki again. Good into the Plume, obviously, but Plume not getting can't be banned here. I wonder if the we hadn't actually had the final pick come through. He's actually deciding between Viper and Chiaki. Which one do you think makes the most sense? Chiaki comes through because we did need a bit of sustain on this team.
Yeah, I think I like that pick. The Viper would have added a little more damage, protection on top, some utility, but the fact that he didn't have a healer here is going to force Rob to maybe make a tough choice. Do we want to get rid of that? Because Tiamat without a healer, and this time also, if you notice, Rob, that guy is banning out the Veronica, which is what Bread kind of not crutched on, but used as a pseudo healer. And so in this scenario where you only had one healer, will it still work out for Bread?
Well, we'll have to see, because as you mentioned, it could be a little dicey here without actually having a dedicated healer for your team. Obviously, we do know that the Tiamat can run away with this if it gets transformed, but there's no real way to actually, it's lacking a little bit of way to actually get Tiamat into her form more effectively. Like obviously Tiamat does benefit from having a healer, keeping her HP high, keeping her and sort of getting that HP differences to get the form stacked, but I think maybe Bread in a slightly precarious spot this time round. I think obviously, you know, without the Ling Luo and without the Sanya, obviously going towards the Chiaki, but it felt like an easy ban in that situation for Rob to take away the one sustain tool with a Tiamat.
He definitely made that change up in the draft to put him in a much better position. The one way I see Bread kind of taking over here is, once again, if he pushes that tempo and gets big damage via the Tiamat Holden, because behind the defense breaks, you saw Ling cleansing a lot of it with the Doki too. He needs to get some damage going early because he has no sustain to talk of.
So already seeing some damage come down onto Tiamat here, and as you mentioned, like the lower you take Tiamat, the less threatening she becomes, and so if there's no real way to top her up, it can be very difficult to make Tiamat feel impactful. Now, obviously, Holden's still a damage threat, and that's a decent amount of damage that he's chucking out. But with double sustain, I'm not sure how easy it's going to be. Even with the defense break and the cursed quill stack up, I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to search for a one shot, especially as we know, as you know, we just mentioned, you can't actually keep your Tiamat topped up. So dealing damage based on your current HP, and if you're dropping that HP down and no real way to get it back up to good levels, feels like Tiamat's not going to be the threat that she usually does. A lot of damage onto Doki Doki, but obviously still a lot of healers to have to go through as well.
And you see some rebuttal from the Rahu, but the Plume stacks are adding up, the Lily adding onto it. I actually think Bread is making some headway in terms of like the standstill we see between these two titans of the game. And I think Bread, even despite not having a healer, the damage you can pump out via Tiamat S1, the Lily twin tricks, the Plume, just adding those quills, amplifying the damage. I think it might be enough. He needs to stall out the rest of the utility from the Ling Lo healing and maybe make some headway in that fashion.
See who we're going to buff up here. We're going to buff up the Holden. So knowing that realistically the Tiamat's not going to be easy to transform and keep transformed and make good use out of without a healer, he's going to go for the Holdens, just trying to focus them down. We are going to get the Plume S3 come through once more. So the defense break, the damage reduction hopefully coming through, the buff stripping, all of which are very, very important here. A lot of damage coming down onto the Doki Doki.
Holden has a twin trick, as you said, with the Tiamat, maybe not the best choice with no healer. We get to reset both the Artisan, which will provide some, sustainability for his team. He needs that desperately for his Plume. Additionally, we can reset his utility, which maybe that could come into play via the S2, S3 potentially. But the Plume looking a little rough.
We're just gonna go for the S1 to get the hits from the Holden here. That makes the most sense. That should be, I think, Doki Doki definitely going down. Obviously, we do have revives available if we want them. Nice bit of shielding coming out on the Holden here. And he will just use the S1 to take down the Doki Doki, but revive up in 2 turns. It really depends, I guess, on the work that you can get done. Slash if they even really need the Doki Doki at this stage. There's still a lot of work to do, a lot of stuff to push through. We are nearly at a transformed Tiamat, by the way. So, I think we're 1 stack away from a transformed Tiamat. So we're getting there, but don't feel like it's going to be as threatening.
However, look at the damage she's just taken, either via chip damage or just the damage share with no actual healing. She's already going to be at half health, so don't expect this to hit as hard as like Rob's did in the previous set. That being said, Red is looking pretty good here. I don't think a Sonya revive will come onto the Doki necessarily, as she'll be back on the bar, and I think that'll be taken out very easily with how much tempo Rob has between the Lily, the speed up. Look at that damage coming through, not bad. That's what Rob needs. However, the Plume, the quills, and talk about the hidden turn meter pushes, like Scoundrel. She really is such a threat.
We're going to twin trick again the Holden to bring him. I think we twin tricked the Holden again, right? Yeah, we did, to try and bring him close. He's going to knock the Rahu back. So I think we'll have knocked
damage.
It is a big damage, but we do have the ability to buff him way back up with the ultimate from Sanya. That's what he's going to be. Again, like you mentioned, no reason to bring Doki Doki back in this situation. We do get the transform though. So here we go. Let's see how much damage she actually does. It's not that much, but still it is pretty threatening if we get the back-to-back. That could be huge. That is Ling Luo going down here. And we have, oh my God, we have the ultimate. We have the ultimate.
Yeah, that should be enough. Look at this. Lily's coming up.
Oh, he just kills it. He just kills it. Goodness gracious, Bread with no healer on a Tiamat, enough damage coming through. That, I think that kind of shows you just how insane Plume is, by the way. Like, you just need to get those Cursed Quill stacks up. And suddenly, like, it doesn't matter if you're playing a Bruiser because you're dealing an insane amount of damage. That was incredible. I mean, talk to me about that car. Like, what the hell did we just watch?
Just Bread has this game plan down pat. I was wondering if it was going to be a little bit different because usually has the Veronica to provide those extra shields, but it seems like the tempo that the Plume and the Lily provides for his team are enough to get him enough value, and he still out-tempos, out-damages his opponents that have 2 of the best healers on their lineup. Bread is pulling out some innovation that I said earlier on, and it's still true against someone of Rob's caliber, that it's just they don't have the experience. They're not ready to fight this. Rob has only 1 chance left, Scoundrel, to bring it back.
Yeah, we are heading into the 3rd game, and as we mentioned, we said right at the start of the day, we're like, hey, you're in for a long one, guys. Like, this is Bruiser versus Bruiser. We're going to be seeing a lot of arena, full-time arena matches where we're going to be getting a lot of the impact coming through. But genuinely, these have been, take my word for it, relatively short matches for Bruiser matchups. They have been pretty quick. And I think it just speaks to a lot of the tuning and the tweaking, but actually really speaks to how impactful Plume has been in the Bruiser meta. Like, Plume has been one of the main reasons that the Bruiser meta has been able to kind of be shaped the way it was. You know, that really tones down the impact of the damage reduction. It makes it much harder to keep your Bruisers alive. You can burst through a lot of the sustain. So, like, it's just showing you what kind of impact that Plume can have here. And we're going to see Bread responding to her first pick Tiamat, as we thought that might be the case for Rob. We thought maybe when the chips are down, he's going to go back to his Tiamat. He responds with a Holden and a Rahu and gets a Plume for himself, though. So that's actually looking pretty good for Rob. This is a much better draft for him, and kind of sticking to what he was known for and what he was good at in the last 2 rounds.
He has to stop that Bread game plan of just going full damage with the Lily, with the Plume. And now, even though he's kind of giving up, the healer like Fusho, at least this time around, he doesn't get hit like with the Plume combos that have been just giving him so much issues. The problem I see for Rob is that Bread probably has a game plan, if I had to guess, for when the scenario arrives too. So we'll have to see what happens.
He was thinking about Mizuki, but he goes for the Doki Doki here. Again, Doki Doki like a pretty solid answer into Plume. You know, gives you good sort of long form game plans, good dispels over time as well. We have the Fushu, so there is some sustain here. Obviously not quite as like active sustain as things like the Sanya or the Lingluo. That's a Messiah last pick coming through. Now, obviously,
like I might have to eat my words. I think I said I don't know if we'll see like something like this pulled out from Rob, but it sounds like we have a Messiah changing it up big time, and this is where he is on match point. Like his tournament life is on the line. That's a crazy come out for Rob, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that makes Messiah good into these types of metas is that obviously he comes with a lot of natural defense shred. Like he basically ignores what 70% of defense with his ultimate.
Oh, yeah. And passives.
So yeah, so it's and passives, agreed. Yeah, and passives. I always forget about that. So that's kind of insane. So they're actually going to take away the Tiamat here. So really, it's a case of like, can I get rid of the Messiah before it becomes an issue, especially in combination with the Plume, versus can I out sustain what's going to be a lot of burst damage? I mean, we're seeing a more of a burst damage coming in here.
Well, all things are going to come up Rob for the initial game plan because he has the Lily, he has the Plume, he has all the initiative, and the damage is quite significant. He's going to be able to maybe potentially reset, get that Messiah activated again, and you see the Plume following up to make matters worse. Now, luckily for Bread, he has that Gigabyte lock-in to get that cleansing. Is it going to be enough healing? Look how much debuff.
Also, it shows you kind of one of the really important parts of PvP team building, where speed tuning is really important. Not quite speed tuned the way he would have wanted it. Like ideally, you'd want Lily straight into Plume, then into Messiah, and then you're like, that feels like the right order. But obviously, you're not expecting to slam a Messiah in a Plume composition most of the time because it's kind of more of a Hail Mary pick. And so the Messiah went before the Plume. If Messiah went after the Plume, even though he does ignore defenses, we could have been looking at some kills on the first opening turn. It was very close.
Exactly right, Scoundrel. That could have been a game-ending play right there. You saw the damage come through. However, I think Rob sometimes is just, he went for like a switch up at the end to surprise Bread. Maybe didn't have the tuning exactly how he wanted and just wanted to put on an exciting show. But you're right. I think that could have been an entirely different game plan if that defense break was active.
Now we have to see if he can sustain through. Obviously, it will become more and more difficult as the curse quills stack up. We're going to get another one coming out of the Messiah here, but the damage just not feeling as significant now that we've got some buffs stacked up. We've got the healing coming through. Lingluo's got a lot of the whale prayers going as well. And obviously with Fushu as well, you've got double sustain, and then obviously the longer we go with Doki Doki, the more and more difficult it's going to become. So I think like it's just looking good for Bread here. I genuinely think if this was speed tuned really perfectly, maybe there was a really good shot with this Messiah to make it work, but it just feels like obviously you're not expecting maybe to come into the tournament to break out the Messiah, and so those numbers just didn't quite stack up.
Even Chaco agrees with you, sliding that victory a little bit towards Bread. A lot of times, guys, the way you gear your units, you're not expecting, as you've seen when your opponent is stealing units back and forth, you can't always have the perfect lineup, where your speed tuning is perfect, the defense break, into the push-up, into the Messiah. A lot of times your opponent can dismantle that, and I'm not sure if Bread had that calculated, where he didn't believe it. Look at that damage coming through. This is where Messiah's a liability. He didn't get that initiative he wanted, where he gets some early kills, and now he's traded off in the face of Rahu and this Bruiser lineup.
And I think, I mean, Rob just calls it. Even if he was going to be able to resurrect that Messiah, there was no way that he was really coming back into that match. And oh my gosh, he jinxed it before we went in. That is a 3-0 win for Bread. Absolutely brutal, but just shows you how great he has been all tournament. He defeated the reigning champion. That was the biggest task in itself. Then comes into the semifinals, blitzes through that, and has absolutely clean swept the finals with some excellent drafting. I just think really played Rob well in the draft phase. And Bread, deserved winner coming through here. He wins our $2,500. That was his winning lineup, by the way. That was Rahu, Fushu, Doki Doki, and that was just an incredible match from him. And I think played the Bruiser lineups super well.
Makes you wonder what a cherry on the top, even though Rahu was giving the viewers, you and I, so much issues with what he was, doing or not doing throughout the tournament. In the end, Bread was able to sweep Rob using that Rahu. So, he still put in the work when it needed. And it was kind of nice to have him as kind of that last bruiser, even though the team was getting stolen, to kind of have Bread have that champion victory. But I think you said it well. Bread really had the toughest bracket. He fought Kecker, and he was just really looking like the one to win it all.
Yeah, and I think Rob, obviously on the other side of the bracket, I mean, Bread was obviously worried about him, but ultimately I just think, you know, played so incredibly well. Massive congratulations to Bread. 3-0 in the final. Bread champion. I love the way that reads. Just Bread champion. He is the Bread champion, the Hyperlink Cup Season 1 winner, and now the reigning champion to beat. Dethroned Kekker from the top of the pile, and now it is Bread who is the overall best PvPer in Etheria Restart. So nice title to have to your name, realistically, for Bread. And what do you think was the winning sort of source for him? Like, what was it really that set him apart from everybody else today?
It was really that bruiser draft where he takes the premier bruisers, doesn't care if he doesn't have healers. Even when Veronica wasn't available to him, he just highlighted how you can push the envelope, the tempo, and put your opponent on the back foot. Even when they have Sonya, even when they have Fusho, if you have the Lily, if you have the Plume, if you have the Tiamat, you just pump so much damage that your opponent can never recover in time.
Yeah, and I think like he just showcased again why he's one of the best players in the world. I know that we're gearing up to talk to him soon, not just yet. We'll be talking to him relatively soon, but obviously we'd love to hear how he approached that final. Maybe what he felt Rob's sort of main strategies were and how he countered them. It was just an excellent performance from Bread, though. Like one of the best we've seen all day. Just it felt decisive the entire time. I think we are going to talk to Bread now.
Hello.
I believe.
Okay, I heard it was a bit loud last time.
We can hear you. I mean, that was an incredible performance, mate. You really, I mean, I'm Bread. I'm now Bread. That was an incredible performance.
Can I be Bread too?
You really showcased just how well you prepared. The draft phases was incredible. I mean, what do you think the most critical moment was in the finals today? Like, what was it that really set you apart from Rob, and what do you think you really had to focus on?
Okay, so this it's mostly been drafting, I'd say. I think that my units are actually worse than a lot of people in the tournament. Because I, for example, do not have any max duped bruiser damage dealers. But that's not to say they are bad. I have a lot of very good gear, etc. But I know that Rob and Kekker, etc. have better bruiser damage dealers than I do. But I have been testing a lot with the drafts you've been seeing, the very high damage bruiser drafts, and I've had a lot of success with them. They were winning all end of last season, got me to rank 3 very nicely. I decided to just sit there and not test if I could get rank 1, because getting top 8 for this tournament was what mattered to me. And yeah, did some testing with Shotty beforehand, and it looked really good. And I have not been seeing anybody else really do the style of draft I've been doing as much.
I think that's the play that when the Scoundrel was asking me, Bread, that set you apart. And you talked about, even though you were casting with me, you weren't playing, you were mentioning you like when players, the bruisers, pick those big damage drafts. Shout out to Shotty. Whatever you did, the homework you did, Bread, really paid off. I know everyone was scared of Rob, but you made that look easy, man.
Yeah, it was just when you ban Lilian, like I do, and then you pick 2 of the damage dealers, and then you have the option to either ban out the one they pick, or something that was interesting, and you're always going to have more damage than they do. And I also have the built Veronica. You saw that Rob banned it every time because he doesn't have it built. That's a very big threat, allowing me to have basically free range of everything else, since everybody feels free forced to ban it. So it's a very interesting situation. I think you have to test it a lot though, because it's very finicky to play. You can very easily just lose because you ended up having just not enough damage, and then they heal it up, and then you just lose.
Yeah.
It was insane. I mean, interesting to see how did you approach the Rob matchup? Like, I know you were saying you were a little worried about it going into the finals. How did you approach it, knowing what his strengths and weaknesses were?
Yeah, so I personally think that Rob has the best DPS bruisers in the game right now, build-wise. Like, his stats are completely crazy on all of them. Mine are not close, so I just said, okay, I'm just gonna pick them from him. He's not gonna get to play his insane characters. And it seemed to work.
Well said, Bread, and well deserved. Let me just ask one last question from my side, at least. With Etheria now in global release and topping the charts, Bread, what are your expectations for future tournaments like this one?
Yeah, I'm super excited seeing that Etheria is starting to be on the up and up again, because I love this game and I've been a content creator for nearly 2 months now, and streaming has been super fun. Everybody's so nice in the community. The RTA Discord has been popping off. Everything just feels really good with this patch as well, because this is the best patch they've had since the start of the game, and it's not even close. Like, RTA is super fun right now when I've been playing on ladder the little bit I've had time for. So I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, just pumping that RTA ladder just like normal, and I'm super excited to continue playing. And as you mentioned, I casted with you before. I also played in the tournament. I don't know which I like more. I love doing both, so maybe it'll be a mix.
Sounds good to me, man. Scoundrel, anything else?
No, you certainly have the capabilities. I mean, you no one's going to question your credibility as a caster, that's for sure, being the Season 1 champion, Bread. No, massive congratulations. You really did play well on the draft, and yeah, I think we're hoping to see much more from you. We have obviously plenty more tournaments coming. There's going to be one in October as well. But we thank you for taking part, mate. You did a really great job. You played well throughout the entire tournament. You knocked out the previous champion, so no one can say you don't deserve it after going through the gauntlet that you went through. And massive congratulations, Bread. We'll hopefully see you next time. But for now, goodbye and congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was loads of fun. Thank you, everyone.